Through the chair, the meeting is live.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to the February 2022 Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee meeting. While in-person delegations are not feasible at this time, members of the public are invited to participate electronically in future meetings by contacting delegation@kitchener.ca to register as a delegation or submit written comments. Please be advised that due to the high number of delegations registered for item 5.2, that is for 660 Belmont, the agenda, the committee has opted to add another meeting for Wednesday, February the 9th, 2022 at 6 p.m. The first 25 delegations registered will be heard tonight at this meeting, and the committee will hear the remainder during the following session on February 9th. Registered delegations will receive the Zoom meeting details tomorrow on Tuesday, February the 8th, 2022, and the public is invited to contact delegation kitchener.ca to ask any questions. So we have no consent items or discussion items for this evening, so we'll jump directly into the public meeting. This is a formal public meeting to consider applications under the Planning Act. If a person or public body that would otherwise have the ability to appeal a decision of the City of Kitchener to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not have an oral submission at the public meeting or make a written submission to the City of Kitchener before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. So the first item we have on the agenda is regarding an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 134 to 152 Shanley Drive. I see we have a couple of delegations, but I will call first on Craig Dumart, the senior planner, who will provide a 10-minute PowerPoint presentation on this item. Go ahead, Mr. Dumart.
Okay, good evening.
Councillor Marsh, you have your hand up. We'll come back to you. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, members of committee. Before you is a zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment application for the subject lands located at 134 and 152 Shanley Street. Next slide, please. So the subject lands at 134 and 152 Shanley Street are located at the corner of Duke Street West and Shanley Street and have frontage along both Shanley Street and Duke Street West. 134 Shanley Street contains a single detached dwelling, and 152 Shanley Street is currently vacant, which was formerly occupied by the 4-story lecture home facility, which was recently demolished in 2020 due to health and safety concerns. The surrounding neighborhood consists of existing low-rise residential uses, including single detached, semi-detached dwellings, multiple dwellings, as well as small commercial and industrial uses. Next slide, please. The property owner has submitted an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application proposing to change the designation and the zoning of the lands at 134 and 152 Shanley Street to permit the lands to develop with an 8-story multi-residential building with surface and underground parking. The applications are requesting to permit a medium-rise land use designation and Res 6 medium-rise zoning to permit an 8-story building with a maximum building height of 27.75 meters, a floor space ratio of 3, and site-specific provisions, which will regulate parking, permit an increased floor space ratio, regulate building heights, setbacks, and a holding provision will be applied to regulate site contamination. So lands are currently designated low-rise residential with site-specific policy area number 18 applying to 154 Shanley Street. 134 Shanley Street is currently zoned residential 5 zone, R5, with special regulation 129U, and 152 Shanley Street is currently zoned residential 6 zone, R6, with special regulation 128R and zoning bylaw 85-1. So the existing zoning permissions, they allow for single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, multiple dwellings, with a maximum building height of 14 meters and a maximum floor space ratio of 2. Next slide, please. On April 28, 2018, the city held a design charrette with 66 members of the public to discuss the vision for the future redevelopment of 152 Shanley Street. People were asked, what is great about your neighborhood? What is missing from your neighborhood? and what is the most important feature of this site. And then people were asked to develop a design for the redevelopment of the site. At the end of the charrette session, there were some agreed upon basic design principles that the community had come up with that then formed the vision statement for the redevelopment of 152 Shanley Street. The design principles and the vision statement for the future development of this site were then presented to the Planning Strategic Initiatives Committee for approval on November 5th, 2018. The council endorsed vision statement includes the following principles. The new building will be predominantly residential and encourage non-residential ground floor commercial units. A 6-story building height, approximately 22 meters, was envisioned for this site. Redevelopment would include respecting cultural heritage, however, noting that the structure will likely not be retained, but some components could be incorporated into the new design. Redevelopment of the site should include underground parking with limited surface parking directed towards the rear of the property. Redevelopment of the site should have 2 vehicular access points, one in Shanley and one on Duke. And the development must include an enhanced public realm, building step backs, and an active streetscape, an outdoor amenity area, which would be provided in many forms such as patios, rooftop amenities, and highly landscaped streetscape, which would promote walkability. Next slide, please. So the council endorsed vision statement. It provided guidance for the redevelopment of the subject lands, and the applicant is proposing to develop these lands with an 8-story, 166-unit multiple dwelling building with 133 underground and surface parking spaces. The original development concept included 172 units with 1 and 2 bedroom units only and 128 parking spaces. In response to comments provided by staff and the public, the applicant has amended the proposed development to achieve a development with a mix of phenotypes that is compatible with the existing neighborhood and further aligns with the council endorsed vision statement. So the revised development concept now includes 6 fewer dwelling units than originally proposed. It includes additional on-site parking for residents and visitors, and a broader mix of unit types are now proposed and includes 7 3-bedroom units. Furthermore, the ground floor townhouse style units were further redefined to activate the streetscape and enhance the public realm. A 2.44 meter, so 8-foot visual barrier will also be provided to screen parking and vehicular access to adjacent single detached dwellings. Furthermore, staff is recommending a site-specific bylaw to regulate building setbacks and stepbacks to ensure that there's an appropriate transition in height to adjacent low-rise residential properties. Specifically, the required building setback and stepbacks of the zoning will maintain the low-rise built form on 134 Shanley Street. Next slide, please. So the proposed L-shaped building, it's been oriented along both Shanley Street and Duke Street West, with the majority of the massing located along Shanley Street. The principal entrance to the building is located in the southeast corner of the building at the intersection of Duke and Shanley. The development proposes ground floor residential units facing both Shanley and Duke, with each unit having dedicated entrance from the street. These units will also contain private outdoor amenity areas and be covered or canopied entryways, which reflect the existing character of the street and the surrounding single detached dwellings. Next slide, please. The vision statement proposed a 6-story building, whereas an 8-story building is now proposed. However, the building massing is very similar in height. The 6-story vision statement building was approximately 22 meters from the ground to the ceiling of the 6th floor and approximately 25 meters to the ground to the ceiling of the mechanical penthouse. So in comparison, the proposed development includes both residential units and mechanical use on the 8th floor with a height of 27.75 meters. So in comparison, the height is increased 2.75 meters. As well, to demonstrate that the massing of the 6-story building in the vision statement and the proposed 8-story building are similar in height, the applicant prepared shadow studies comparing the 2 buildings, which showed there are minimal impacts from the marginal increase in height. The development provides adequate amenity space. It respects the cultural heritage significance of the site. It includes a high-level urban design and surface parking lot that will be screened fully by the building, with the majority of the required parking located underground. Staff is of the opinion that the proposed development aligns with the vision statement for 152 Shanley Street. Next slide, please. So the requested official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, it represents an opportunity. The proposed development will clean up a contaminated site with a new residential development that aligns with the council endorsed vision statement. It will help diversify housing stock and provide a mix of units and additional housing options in the community. Furthermore, the proposed development is a new compatible build form that is sympathetic to the existing neighborhood and will increase the housing supply with purpose-built rentals. Next slide, please. In conclusion, staff are supportive of the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. The proposed development aligns with the council endorsed vision statement and is a proposed form of development that is compatible with the neighborhood. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment is consistent with policies of the provincial policy statement, conform to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the regional official plan, and the City of Kitchener plan, and represents good planning. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Dumart. I'd like to point out that we've received written submissions on the matter from Connor Harris and Don Parker, and they will be recorded in the minutes and become part of the public record. So we have a few delegations. Our first one is Mr. David Galbraith, and he is the support agent for the IBI group. And you have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Through the chair, I hope you don't mind my interruption. There is one small amendment requested by staff related to the bylaw, and just adding the word residential that needs to be noted for the minutes. And for the purpose of delegations, we will be running a timer this evening. So you will notice if you are participating in the meeting that there will be a block timer that flashes for your 5 minutes. And if you don't make it through your 5 minutes, you will hear an audio tone.
Thank you for that information. You're welcome to go ahead, Mr. Galbraith.
All right. Good evening, Councillor Chapman and members of the Planning and Strategic Works Committee. My name is David Galbraith and I'm the Manager of Planning with IBI Group, here tonight on behalf of the applicant, Shannondale Developments, who, as you have heard, are proposing the development of the properties known as 134 and 152 Shanley Street, Kitchener, or the old Electra home site. Thank you, Mr. Dumart, for your overview of the project and your thorough summary of the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments under consideration tonight. We have reviewed your report with regards to the applications and agree with the recommendations that you've set out therein. Over the past year, our client and their consulting team have been working diligently to prepare plans for the property in keeping with the legacy of the mission statement for the site. Over this time, the client and the project team have engaged in many meaningful community discussions about the project and listened to many concerns and comments raised by the community. Though the concept before you tonight may deviate slightly from the vision statement, that is due in large part to the historic facility no longer being there. In the words of one resident community leader, the project provides a design similar to, if not an improvement on, the design originally envisioned by the city. And I couldn't agree more. In my opinion, the proposed architectural design prepared by Supercool Architects is sympathetic to the surrounding neighborhood and truly a great example of context-sensitive intensification. The development proposal contemplates an 8-story terracing apartment building where the Electra home building once stood. Through discussions with city staff and members of the community, the design of the building and the site has been refined over the past year to now include larger 3-bedroom family-sized units, fewer units overall, additional parking, and a refined building design, which is more sympathetic to the surrounding neighborhood. This includes a strongly defined base of the building, which has been designed to reflect a low-density townhouse character, a mix of traditional and sympathetic modern building materials, and setbacks along the western and northern facades of the building, which have been implemented to minimize shadow impacts and overlook onto adjacent lands. Thank you again, Mr. Dumart, for your summary of the applications before the committee tonight. In the interest of timing, as I understand the agenda is quite full, I will not repeat the nature of the planning applications, but I'm available for any comments or questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions for Mr. Galbraith? Seeing none, I think we'll thank you for coming in, and we'll move on to our next delegation. Thank you. So our next delegation is Ms. Tanya Wright. You're welcome to start. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Make your presentation.
Sorry, you can hear the Sorry about that. Okay, my name is Tanya Wright, and I live at 17 Stall Avenue. 152 Shanley is directly behind me. I purchased my house in 2005. I absolutely love this neighborhood, and I chose to purchase a house instead of a condo because it meant I could have a backyard. My biggest concern with the approval of this development is the loss of privacy to my backyard. The proposed design at 152 Shanley means that 63 units will have access to view my backyard. That's every unit at the back from the second floor through to the 8th floor that faces Stall Avenue. And it's not just me that's impacted. That's all my neighbors that share a backyard with the property. A significant part of the value of my yard is the privacy. I spend a good deal of time back there. I will now have 63 units with me as I have barbecues, family gatherings, as I garden, and am with my dogs. I'm not feeling frustrated, and if I'm perfectly honest, I'm feeling helpless over the decision by the city to approve this number of stories without really acknowledging the direct impact to the immediate neighbors. With a building that high, it's unlikely that the residents of Stall Avenue will ever gain any kind of independence from it. We go from a quiet dead-end street with 13 houses to having a building that will always loom over our yards. Shannondale has indicated that they're only planning to plant shrubs at the back of their lot by my house. To address the problem with privacy, the builder has proposed to plant trees on my yard. I have a fully landscaped yard with mature perennial gardens and a shed with posts at the back. Planting trees is not a simple decision. It's a big disruption and a complete disregard to the cost and time invested in my yard these past 15 years. Further, it takes control of my yard out of my hands. The developer for the proposed changes at 369 Frederick Street has committed to planting trees on their property to protect the backyard privacy of the impacted residents on East Avenue. However, the only solution being put forward to me is to plant trees in my yard. Like, I need to understand why my property is the only place being considered to solve a problem that I didn't create. I also need to understand who from the city is going to help me advocate for my interests. Right now, I'm feeling like I'm being left to negotiate on my own. The city has imposed this change, but I'm not feeling like they're supporting me or my neighbors through this as we try and negotiate. So anyway, that's what I have to offer up to the group.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I see we've got a question for you. Council.
Yeah, hi, Tanya. Thanks for joining us this evening. And
Sorry about the barking.
I just, first of all, I'm very sorry to hear that you're still feeling frustrated. When we met on site and we had the urban planner come and look at the actual, property line, it was my understanding that you were wanting that you were concerned about a tree that is already on your property and that you wanted another tree. But if that's not the case.
No, so I currently don't have any trees there. They're going to take trees down on their property, which I completely understand. That's fine. I think my biggest concern is the fact that I'm being asked to put trees on my property, but I'm not the one that's putting the building in. Like, I understand, I do want the privacy, but it's just a huge impact when I start to look at all those changes. I just need to be, I want there to be trees there. I just am not sure why my property is the only place being considered for this.
No, it shouldn't be. And if this is an unresolved issue, then let's look at it again and see what negotiation we can have to create a better solution. And I'm happy to meet with you.
Okay, if you can be, if you're the person that I need to meet with to be my advocate, that's great. I just am feeling like I'm not trying to solve this on my own. I just am not sure who I need to work with this on this.
Okay.
And I need to understand that there is a guarantee that trees are going to be planted. I just am not sure if my place should be the first place that this is proposed.
Right. Okay, so I'll ask another question of staff later, but about the trees in particular. But but I'm happy to. So what's going to happen today, just to confirm so that you know, is today committee will be voting on this, but it won't be a ratified decision until it gets reconsidered again at council. So there's time between now and council for us to finalize the plan with you. Okay.
Great. Okay. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for coming in. And thank you, Councillor Marsh, for your comments. So our next delegation is Dawn Parker. Is she in the room?
I'm here.
Okay, Dawn, you have 5 minutes to give your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak. I'm highly sympathetic to the views that were just expressed, which I think are a sense across the city that residents are being put on mute and are seen as someone to get through and around rather than real partners in urban design. I do want to say I support this development. I think the developers are well-meaning and have a good vision. That's not why I'm here today. And I also want to say that around 3 this afternoon, although this wasn't communicated well in the staff report, I did understand that this is essentially a shrink-wrapped zoning application. So the developers do not seek to benefit from the zoning application beyond what they want to build. I'm still here to argue that 134 Shanley should be rezoned not as mid-rise with essentially no development allowed other than a driveway, but as low-rise at the original height of 10.5 meters, incorrectly reported, and original setbacks. This would do 2 important things. First, it would give the developer greater flexibility to build a better design. I also suggest that the parking ratio be reduced. Residents fear that a lower parking ratio will mean more cars. Practically, we're going to have regulated street parking. The lower parking ratio would allow this developer to attract clientele who don't own cars and would likely walk to the train station and take the train to Toronto. It would also, right now, what we're doing is forcing the developer to remove the housing in 134 Shanley and essentially trade it for a lot of surface parking space. We know that it is not in the spirit of any of our zoning to remove housing for parking, especially in a transit area. So what is the larger problem with the rezoning of 134 Shanley? It was never part of the vision. It was a big surprise. This is a Trojan horse that will send a signal in zoning up to mid-rise to other developers that our neighborhood is open for business for mid-rise development. That may be the intention of the city and the region, but if so, it has never been communicated clearly to residents. Most of this laneway neighborhood was quietly moved into MTSA designation, not passed yet, without informing residents. Normally, when there's such a major zoning change, residents get a letter in the mail. We know that the mayor and others have been involved in discussions, finally, about the missing middle in our housing crisis. It is my very strong argument, and I would love to follow up with anyone about this, that we need our neighborhoods between 500 and 800 meters of transit stations to stay low rise, but high density, which is what our neighborhood is now, so that we can facilitate missing middle housing. Once there's an expectation of land value uplift, that land becomes much too expensive for missing middle housing. So there are larger issues here, and these larger issues speak to communication problems, both, I'm sorry, with this planning application where my concerns were not addressed and my suggestions for a better land use were not put forward, but also with the City of Kitchener planning and communication around the major transit station areas, definitely with the region and their communication around their regional official plan review. And we know from painful meetings that that is also paralleled by communication difficulties with the land needs assessment. So in the remaining minute, I would like to also ask, council to consider giving this developer options to be green when they can be. It was very dismaying to see that geothermal is banned on this property. Geothermal would be a tremendous benefit, not just to the developers, but to anyone living in the residence, because it means lower energy costs. It means a smaller climate footprint. It'd be beneficial to the neighborhood. Give them a reduced parking ratio if they reduce the parking ratio. My suggestion was to build 3-bedroom houses, and then they wouldn't have to have those extra surface parking lot spaces. What's happened in this proposal? They've been asked to have more parking. So if they can build to Toronto green development standards, which is what they're trying to do, they can attract those residents that want to live a car-free lifestyle. There's no better location for that within a residential stable neighborhood. So thank you for your attention. Happy to follow up on any of these points at any time.
Thank you so much for coming in, Dawn. I see there's a question from Councillor Marsh. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Dawn, for your attention to the details here and for advocating for better communication. And I agree that there's always room for improvement, especially in these technical staff reports that can be very challenging to read, even for a lowly counselor like myself, to fully understand the ins and outs of it all. I want to just ask you, with regard to the 134 Shanley, now that we know that, I mean, this is a unique property, right? It's not just a typical redevelopment or intensification project. It was a contaminated site that has unique needs. And I'm just wondering if you can, if you're more satisfied now that you know that 134 will never have a mid-rise property on it due to the site-specific provisions.
That is helpful. But as I said, what I put forward was an idea that would still ensure that it didn't have mid-rise, while also giving the developer, hopefully this developer, but maybe someone in the future, the option to use 134 for housing. It is not in the city's planning guidelines to tear down housing and turn it into surface parking.
Right.
They would be forced to do that under the shrink wrap zoning. Definitely the concern has been alleviated, but I still think that there's a better solution out there for everybody, the market and the developer, by maintaining that as low rise and undoing a bit of the shrink wrapping. Again, it's a late time to have these discussions, but
Yeah.
I haven't been part of them. So definitely this is not going to be a Midtown Loft situation, given the current zoning, where there'd be a surprise increase in massing and build. It would have been nice to see this directly addressed in the staff report. It could have been done, but still we have options at the table that could leave flexibility for better use of our incredibly scarce housing land.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks again. You're on mute, Councillor Chapman.
Sorry. Thank you, Dawn, for coming in. It looks like those are all the questions, and thank you very much for coming in. Okay, so are there any questions for staff? Councillor Marsh?
Yeah, thanks. First question is just about the trees. Mr. Dumart, if you can help me understand what are the options here for members of the community living on Stall backing onto this property, like Ms. Wright, who came in, can we revisit the landscaping plan to see about putting additional privacy trees on the subject lands?
Yeah, so through the chair, in response to that, the development must meet the urban design manual landscape standards on their own property. So I understand that the trees proposed on the delegation's property would be in addition to the buffer plantings on their property, plus an 8-foot visual barrier. So in this property particularly, what's proposed is the parking garage will go right to the property line and excavation will occur there as well. And that's needed because the entire site has to be remediated. So once the parking garage is built and the proposal goes through, if there's not enough soil volumes, you wouldn't have the opportunity to plant trees there. So that's why there'd be lower form vegetation such as shrubs, and then the 8-foot visual barrier in the form of wooden fence. So what they're proposing is to provide trees on adjacent property owners' lands, which are going above and beyond the requirements.
Right. If so, the amount of parking that is proposed in the underground requires the full to the property line becoming parking garage underground. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. And so, once it's remediated, would there be an option to reduce the parking by a meter or two, so to allow for soil instead of clean soil instead of parking garage, so that it would be able to have more significant privacy buffer?
So if the parking garage was reduced by a meter, essentially what that would do, it was wipe out the entire aisle of parking along that property boundary. Essentially, there's a drive aisle underground, so the site wouldn't necessarily function. So you potentially lose, rather than just a couple spaces, you may lose 40 to 50 spaces, which would be a significant parking reduction.
Okay. Well, I think we should take this conversation offline and look for some additional solutions that can be better for the residents who are most significantly impacted here, and those are the ones on Stall. All right, and then my other question is just in regards to what was it regards 134, the choice to keep it zoned as mid-rise, but including a site-specific provision that doesn't allow for development on that site. What made you choose that over keeping it low-rise residential?
So through the chair, yeah, the entire parcel is proposed to be a medium-rise land use designation with a medium-rise residential zoning. So rather than having a split designation and split zoning, the built form to remain as a low-rise built form would be regulated specifically through the bylaw.
Okay. So what I'm going to do also, Madam Chair, is just make sure that everyone knows that there were a couple additional late letters that came in, and that we'll make sure that they are added to the public record.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your questions. I see Councillor Schneider, you have your hand up. Would you like to ask some questions of staff?
Yes, thank you, Chair Chapman. Mr. Dumart, I don't know where things are in design, but do you know if the patio screens, the patio fences on the patios, will they be clear and see-through, or will they be kind of not see-through, like metal where you couldn't see through them?
Through the chair, I don't have those design details with me. Perhaps the applicant's land use planner could respond to that.
Okay. If they're available to do that.
Is the applicant still here? Madam Clerk?
Yes, he's on his way over.
All right, I am back. Bear with me for one moment as I just pull up the ground level imagery. So yes, based on the elevations, it appears they will be glass.
Okay, so okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Good, thank you for your question. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a general planning question for Mr. Dumart. Mr. Dumart, and a lot of times when development is happening and the adjoining property may have some extra density or higher height, the loss of privacy or lack of privacy gets noted quite a bit from the existing neighborhood. Is the right of privacy, is that in like concrete in any planning policy that a person isn't has that privilege of maintaining their privacy in their backyard, and any development cannot have overlooking into their backyard. And I ask this just because, again, this gets brought up quite a bit, and I want to see if the concern is appropriate, and if it is, then obviously we need to safeguard that. And if not, then I guess we have to abide by the planning policies that are there.
So through the chair, the zoning bylaw does not have anything in terms of specific privacy requirements other than the requirement of a 1.8 meter visual barrier. That visual barrier is required when there's surface parking to screen vehicles, parking and vehicular access. So what's being proposed in this site is an increased visual barrier, which is 2.4 meters in height rather than the 1.8. In addition, we have an urban design manual that talks to transitions and providing mitigations to ensure there's less impacts on adjacent properties. And to implement the design guidelines, staff is recommending site-specific building setbacks and building stepbacks to mitigate those overlook issues.
Yeah, just to be clear though, when you're talking about less impacts with increased setbacks, those less impacts don't necessarily mean for additional privacy protection. It's necessarily more so regarding the massing of the building to ensure that it's far away enough from the existing built form. Is that, am I correct in that?
Yes, that is correct. In addition to that, it also would prevent some privacy as those units would be set further back.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sorry. Thank you for your question, Councillor Singh. Councillor Marsh, I see you have your hand up. Is it for comments? Okay.
No, another question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so thanks. My other question was with regard to those balconies. Has the site plan approval has the site plan discussion included potential for changing the materials of the balcony so that it would provide for more privacy facing stall?
Through the chair, that conversation has not occurred, but it's something we can definitely discuss with the applicant through the site plan process.
Okay, and a question for the applicant's planning consultant, Mr. Galbraith. Is that something that you think could be considered by the applicant?
Through you, Councillor Chapman, would I be able to share my screen for a moment? I have the elevations available here. I did want to point out that the 5-story portion of the building, so facing stall, does not actually have balconies along that facade. So that was something that was considered as part of our design to date, was to recognize that that is a sensitive interface there. So there is the step back above the 5th level, but there's also no balconies on the ground through 5th level of the development on that side.
Okay, excellent. Madam Chair, I don't know about the sharing screen question.
Maybe the clerk can help us with that.
Through the chair, unfortunately, presentation materials must be submitted the Friday before the meeting and be cleared for MPIPA, so we wouldn't be able to do any screen sharing. If the applicant would like to share them with us, we can email them out to council after the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Good. If there are no more questions, are there any comments? Councillor Marsh?
I would like to move it. I don't know. I do have comments, but I can wait to the end if anybody else has comments.
Doesn't look like there are any other comments, so it's your turn.
All right.
Oh, I see Mayor Vanovic has his hand up, so there's some comments.
Well, actually, I'll wait till Councillor Marsh makes hers because part of mine are in relation to her, so.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see there's other hands, sorry.
Okay, Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. I just wanted to commend staff and everyone who participated in the charrette on this building. This was a building that caused a lot of headaches with it being in disrepair and on a contaminated site. I think, where we've come from, where we're heading to, we're getting something we've needed, 3-bedroom apartments in here. And I think this will be a beautiful building. I realize it's a big change, but I think it's going to be a welcome change and add to our housing options and be a good place in the neighborhood as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Marsh, I should have asked you to move this earlier, but I heard you say that you would like to move it, and go ahead with your comments.
Okay, sure, thanks. So basically, I want to say that this has been a long time coming. 152 Shanley, back when I moved into this neighborhood 20 years ago, it was long known as a problematic, derelict property with serious and extensive contamination. It did sit vacant for 2 decades or more. And when I was first elected, finding a solution to this problem was a priority for me. But with an absentee landlord and an unsuccessful tax sale and mounting taxes owing, there was little to no hope of finding a way forward. Then, after several conversations, and thank you to the patience of many staff members and community members, I was able to better understand the situation, and we came up with a plan. With one more kick at the can to hold a tax sale, we knew that potential developers were already facing the uncertainty of how much the contamination cleanup would cost. And to face another unknown, which would be what density would the neighborhood tolerate, and ultimately what level of intensification would the city approve, it presented too many risky variables. So to give this property the best chance of being cleaned up, we held the neighborhood charrette that was already referred to a few times tonight. And this engaged, it says 66 in the report, but there were close to 100 that were in and out in conversations about what might be envisioned there. Then many thanks to our staff for creating a vision document. The property then got a lot of interest. It didn't happen smoothly, but after many bumps in the road and more time than anyone would have liked, we have arrived to a viable way forward here today. This is really a unique property with unique and significant challenges. We have before us a plan for mid-rise intensification that really I feel is a promising design. We have a property owner who has shown an interest in employing environmentally friendly innovations, and they are planning a green roof, for example, and a willingness to listen to residents and city feedback. This is really a much different city than the one of previous generations when the neighborhood factories employed the people who lived right there in the neighborhood. Gone are those days, and I'm pleased to see today the nod to the former building with elements of that building being used within the lobby and the walls using yellow brick similar to the previous factory building. I also really want to thank specifically Adam Clark for his design for the vision statement. I want to thank Ted Parkinson for his tenacity and Dawn Parker for her tenacity. I want to thank Tanya Wright and Catherine Owens and Sherry Simmons for being a part of the collaborative that saw over 20 pieces of art that were on the fence for the property for the last 2 years. And finally, I want to thank all of my colleagues for being a part of making sure that we had a charrette, we had a vision, and here we are today. And I'm very hopeful that after this project goes forward, that we will now see finally a cleanup of this property and renewal with new residents in a decent building that fits in the neighborhood.
Wow, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for that. Mayor Bavanovic.
Thank you. Just very quickly, because I think Councillor Marsh said it all so eloquently. But I just want to add my thanks to everyone, staff, the new property owner, the neighborhood who has been so patient and diligent in terms of trying to see this move forward. But lastly, I really want to give Councillor Marsh a shout out. I know since she's been elected, this is a property that she's been very passionate about and has worked tirelessly to see it get to the point that it's in front of us today. And so I just want to acknowledge her role and leadership in this. So thank you.
Yeah, and I'll add to that and just say thanks for the work you put into it, but also for the historical overview that you've given us of the property. I mean, it's nice to see where we are today after, all of the changes and thought that's been put into it. And it sounds to me like a great example of collaboration. And I'm also very pleased to see the 7 3-bedroom apartments, which, we don't often see in builds of any size. So thank you. So we'll take this to a vote now. I guess we don't need a recorded vote. All those in favor of the recommendation and opposed? Very good. Thank you very much. And thank you to all those that delegated. Okay, so next we'll go on to the second item on the agenda. And this is regarding a zoning bylaw amendment for 660 Belmont Ave West. And we have delegations who wish to comment on this proposal, but first we'll go to Mr. Garrett Stevenson, Manager of Development Review, who will provide a 5-minute PowerPoint presentation on this matter. I see Councillor Johnston, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
I do. Thank you. Madam Chair, if I can ask for your indulgence for a few minutes. From time to time, the mayor or ward councillor engaged in a significant issue makes some comments at the start of deliberations on that item. As the ward councillor for the 660 Belmont Avenue development application, I would like to ask for your consideration to make a few opening remarks before we begin discussion this evening.
Certainly.
The application before committee tonight and Wednesday evening has seen incredible community interest and input. Community engagement is welcome and a key part of our local democratic system. In fact, it is something we encourage, promote, and arguably even have a hashtag for it, Love My Hood. Throughout this entire process, which began back in August 2020, this development has been discussed with passion. There's been much feeling and many opinions regarding this application. But there has been one unifying factor, and that is that everyone, and I mean everyone, loves Belmont Village. Tonight, we will hear from residents, businesses, community leaders, and future residents. I look forward to hearing their presentations and learning more about how they envision the future of Belmont Village. Building on that, I wanted to make council and delegates aware that I will be putting forward the following notice of motion for consideration on Wednesday evening at the tail end of council's consideration of this application. This motion will allow us to take the passion and love we have heard for Belmont Village so far and will hear over the next 2 evenings and use that to build a shared vision for the village's future for decades to come. My motion for Wednesday is as follows. Whereas for the past 18 months, council and staff have received a significant amount of correspondence from residents regarding the planning application for 660 Belmont Avenue. Whereas these comments focus on the community's appreciation of Belmont Village and the community it represents, as well as an interest in how it develops as a result of their affection for Belmont Village. Whereas council has not observed such extensive engagement from the community regarding a development application in recent years. Whereas council has heard from many residents that Belmont Village is a unique community gem, and it is worthy of further study and careful planning. Now, therefore be it resolved, the planning staff initiate a planning study for the Belmont Village Urban Corridor, which will evaluate the applicable planning policies, develop new or refined policy directions, and include a comprehensive engagement plan for residents, businesses, and the community at large. And the recommendations related to urban design and built form emerging through the planning study for the Belmont Village Urban Corridor be integrated into the city's official plan through the upcoming official plan review, which will begin in early 2023. and that the Chief Administrative Officer be directed to review the workload of the Planning and Policy and Research team, including the incorporation of this planning study into the work plan, and to make resource and headcount adjustments as required to deliver on the work plan, subject to the ability to fund the resources within anticipated planning fee revenues. I am putting forward this notice of motion because what I'm hearing is that people want council to have a special plan for Belmont Village because it deserves a special plan. This will be a way for everyone to contribute to the official plan for Belmont Village instead of reacting to plans. The community can be proactive about what they would like to see for the future. I look forward to the presentations we will be hearing over the next 2 evenings, input on this motion, and council's debate on this application on Wednesday. Thank you, Madam Chair and council colleagues.
All right, thank you very much for that preamble. Very well said. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Okay, so do you want to go ahead, Mr. Stevenson, with your presentation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to be quite brief in my notes tonight, noting that there are many delegations behind me on the agenda, and I want to make sure that everyone has their opportunity to speak to committee tonight. So in front of you is an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment for Belmont Avenue West, 660 Belmont Avenue West. Next slide, please. The land subject to these applications are shown outlined in red. The large portion is it is currently vacant. It was an automotive service center. It is known as 660 Belmont Avenue West. The L-shaped parcel is Belmont Lane East. And then there's additional lands that run between the lane between the lane and the Iron Horse Trail, which are also included in this application. As you can see from this aerial photograph, currently the site is developed. It is developed with a single-story commercial building, an automotive service center. The entire site is largely paved, and you can see that there are also large surface parking areas in front of the building, as well as some the white box that you see there are shipping containers that were located on the site. Next slide, please. The summary of my recommendation tonight is to refuse the requested official plan amendment. Committee may recall that the original application was seeking a height of 13 stories and 49 meters in height. That was not and is not permitted within the official plan. What I'm recommending is the revised zoning bylaw to implement policy 15D423. What that policy allows for mixed-use buildings within a mixed-use land use designation within an urban corridor, council can consider up to 50% more additional height as permitted in the current official plan. As such, the official plan is no longer required, as this zoning bylaw would implement the plan function and the policy structure that currently exists within the official plan. I'm also recommending that the city declare a surplus and to city needs and sell to the property owners, the adjacent property owners, the portion of Belmont Lane East. In my staff report, I've outlined conditions that I believe are appropriate to consider if council does choose to sell this lane, including the determination of value towards the end of the future site planning process, as the ultimate development of 660 Belmont is currently not known. And if the lands are consolidated, the value of which will be impacted by the ultimate development proposal. Next slide, please. This application was received in 2020 and has circulated and has been through 2 neighborhood information meetings. They were some of our first neighborhood meetings that were done using the Zoom platform. Following those neighborhood information meetings, I held 10 small group meetings, also on Zoom platform, but a little bit of a different format, whereas we were able to have 2-way dialogue with cameras and microphones on. I was invited and enjoyed attending a site walk with the Friends of Belmont around the site, as well as Belmont Village. And I've engaged in email and telephone correspondence over the last several months since taking carriage of this file. This application was originally circulated within 120 meters of the subject lands. We did revise the notice sign to our new standard, which is the large billboard sign, one facing Belmont Avenue West. And at the request of residents, and it was a great idea, we installed a second sign facing the Iron Horse Trail to increase visual notice of the applications. The statutory public meeting tonight was advertised in the record. It was mailed to all property owners within 120 meters, everyone who participated in the process, And we also emailed that letter because we were concerned that for some potential delays with Canada Post delivery. We also, at the request of some of the comments we heard, we ensured that the Westmount and the Cherry Park Neighborhood Associations were also circulated notice of the statutory public meeting. Next slide, please. This is a conceptual rendering of the revised proposal. So as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, I'm recommending approval of a revised zoning bylaw amendment. Through the process and through the processing of these applications, the development proposal has changed, and the recommended zoning would limit a development of this size and portion with the site-specific regulations that are being proposed. When you look at this rendering, I can explain to you some of the changes that occurred between the first and the revised proposal. The ground floor setback along Belmont Avenue was increased from 3.8 to 4.9 meters. That was to ensure that there was enough of a setback along Belmont Avenue to have spill out in places for any of the commercial operations that are proposed to the ground floor to be able to activate the street. Where I'm recommending a reduction in the podium height from 3 stories to 2 stories to align with the built form that you can find throughout Upper Belmont. Step backs on the upper floor, as well as varying floor plates. What that means is that the building is not simply just a large box mass with some architectural details and varying sizes of different floor plates. It reduces the overall appearance of the building mass. And as you can see, this is not just simply a 4-sided building. Those design articulations are meant to have a visual interest and to reduce the building mass overall appearance. With the revised reduction, the height did decrease from 13 to 11 stories, and the height decreased from 49 to 39.1 meters. However, it should be noted that with the mechanical penthouse, the total height is 43.1 meters. For the purpose of our bylaw, we don't include mechanical penthouse, so the bylaw definition building height would be 39.1 meters, excuse me. The total number of units reduced from 163 to 132. The balance of 1 to 2 bedroom units remains the same, with about 30% of the units being 2 bedrooms. In response for affordable housing units, the applicant is proposing to donate $250,000 to Mental Homes to contribute to a project that's affordable housing and offsite. With this proposal, one of the things that staff asked the developer to look at was a publicly accessible connection from Belmont Avenue west to the Iron Horse Trail through the site over privately owned property that was barrier-free, and that is shown in this revised proposal. Energy conservation methods, as well as sustainable development techniques is very important, and it's something that the developer has indicated can be done and will be done as part of the site plan stages. It is our intention that when this application proceeds, no matter what height it is, to the site plan approval process, to implement those measures at that time. A parking reduction is no longer being sought. They have removed the 2-bay parking garage, which essentially would limit some of the parking spaces to all members of the building. And one of the requirements of the site plan approval process is to maintain the function of Belmont Lane East. So while the lane will feel a little bit different, it'll be an upgraded material, it'll still be publicly accessible, and it will still function. And that's a key priority in this corridor because we want to make sure that all of the back of house services, like loading garbage and other non-pedestrian oriented uses and functions of a building, would occur at the back and not along Belmont. Next slide, please. So the opportunity in front of you tonight is to redevelop a former automotive service center with a transit supportive and mixed use development. New ground floor pedestrian commercial uses are proposed. That is a requirement. It cannot change to a full residential building. It must be a mixed use building. This would diversify the housing stock and provide additional housing choice in the community. The community is currently largely made up of ground oriented, low rise residential uses. It would increase housing supply, create a publicly accessible connection from Belmont to the Iron Horse Trail, and more importantly, it will add more residential uses in a planned intensification area. This building is a different form than what exists today, but it does align with the planned function from the 2014 official plan to implement the nodes and corridors intensification area across the city, which stems all the way back to the nodes and corridor studies that were completed in 2001 and have been implemented slowly over the years with different policy initiatives. Next slide, please. Again, I'm recommending to refuse the official plan amendment and to stay within the current plan parameters of height that is permissible under the current official plan. I'm supportive of the increased height afforded by the site-specific zoning bylaw regulations. And I believe this represents good planning is in the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So I'd like to point out first, before we get to the delegations, that we've received 21 written submissions on this matter. And they've been received and they'll be recorded in the minutes and become part of the public record. And these submissions came from Barb Trotter, Gordon Nichols, John Ryrie, Nancy Matthews, Sue Saber, Patricia Hyman, Peter Eglin, Ken Trotter, Cindy Forlepa. I apologize if I've got that pronounced incorrectly. Hélène Borley, Melissa Bowman, Nashifa Carter. The ZARE group submitted 76 letters. Florence Marino, Deb Bennett, Ed McCarran, Jim Barlow, Michelle Cadet, Santa Ross, Alex Lilac, Pedro Vieira, and Matt Robson, sorry. So as I said, those will become part of the public record. Our first delegation this evening for this item now is Don Zare from ZARE Group. And you have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of City Council, city staff, our neighbors, and the community of Waterloo Region. I'm Don Zare, the CEO of the ZARE Group. Could you please start the video? Thank you. I'm incredibly proud of the hard work our team has put into executing our vision of 660 Belmont. This proposal showcases a world-class design developed from the ground up with the entire Belmont Village community in mind. The 660 Belmont development will transform a one-story commercial building into an 11-story mixed-use development with incredible retail featuring restaurants, cafes, boutique grocer, which will only enhance the unique commercial corridor, which is Belmont Village. The design also incorporates pedestrian muse with the opportunity to connect the Iron Horse Trail to the Belmont Ave, providing additional access to all businesses of the village while creating a beautiful outdoor space for all to enjoy. I know that the redevelopment of 660 will be an important step in the future success of Belmont Village. ZARE Group fully supports the recommendations of city staff. Thank you once again for everyone's time, and I'll pass it on to Andrew Bosefield. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Excuse me. My name is Andrew Bosefield, and I'm the architect for 660 Belmont. Thank you for the time tonight. Madam Clerk, if you could please bring up the first slide. And while that's happening, I'll give everybody some good news. My presentation will be shorter. I know there's a lot to get through. Garrett did a good deal of the description about the changes to the building massing in his presentation, and I won't spend too much time going over that for you, other than to sort of illustrate very quickly and schematically in this slide the changes graphically that Garrett just described. The three principal changes, of course, are the reduction in building height from 49 to 39 meters. You can see the red dotted line in this schematic would be the presentation or the design, excuse me, from last spring at the neighborhood information meeting. The subsequent schematic massing is rendered more solidly. Additionally, you'll see that the podium has been reduced from 3 stories to 2 stories in building height, a reduction of about 4 meters overall. And as well, of course, the tower mass itself stepped back almost to 9 meters from the Belmont frontage. Don just presented a quick 40-second video. I want to rerun that video for you. And I just, as the video runs, I'll try and sort of zero in on some of the impacts specifically related to the design changes and the development of the architecture, and how we believe that it does respond to a respect for an enhancement of the character of the village. So, Madam Clerk, if you'd be good enough to roll the video, please. So we're starting, of course, from, say, Tim Hortons, walking towards, say, Rexall. You can sort of see the broad plaza, if you will, which provides the wide variety of social and interaction with the community. You see a lot of transparency. We're able to open up the building to the public as well. We start to transition down what we're calling the Muse, which is really the perpendicular connection down to the Iron Horse Trail. And my goodness, this is a fast video. But in any event, this would be, as we finish off the video, what one would see as one approaches from the Iron Horse Trail back up towards Belmont, which you can see in the background. We're very excited about what this really means from an urban design standpoint. This building is the first in the village that really uses the spaces between itself and its neighbors and the laneway behind as a way of enhancing the public experience and frankly, the breadth of the village experience. I'm running out of time here, and I hope that I've been able to give you a little bit more flavor for what's to come with 660 Belmont and the quality of design and placemaking that we're embarking on here. Thank you very much for your time. I will hand it over now to Kevin Muir from the GSP Group. He's the planner for the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, can we just, do we want to, our Councillor Johnston and Councillor Singh, are you okay if we go with the next delegation since they're all part of the planning of the developer group? And then we'll go to your questions. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Muir.
Thank you, Councillor Chair Chapman. That was our intent, was 3 separate delegations, all in 10 minutes. So, and then collectively answer questions, I think, as a team. So I'll touch on the planning merits of the applications. As indicated by Dawn, we are in full support of the recommendation of the staff report. Regarding the first recommendation about the refusal of the OPA, we're not contesting that. We're happy with the zoning bylaw amendment. Originally submitted the application, the 13-story version. We felt we were justified per the official plan policy. We were at a 12-story building, essentially with a 13th story that had a indoor amenity room. Our team worked with city staff to bring that down to 11 stories, and here we are tonight. Not to, certainly not to duplicate staff's extensive policy and analysis and comprehensive analysis in the staff report on a number of issues. There's really I would say two things that we want to highlight from a planning application perspective. Number one is, the proposed development checks, I would say, a lot or all the boxes from our broad range of provincial, regional, and city building objectives. Namely the transit supported development. We're within an 8 to 10 meter walk of the Grand River Ion station. Housing options, we've got an opportunity to diversify the housing stock in the broader area, giving opportunity for people to downsize, people that may not want to live downtown, but want to live in an urban setting, ideal for them, and taking advantage, obviously, of all that Belmont Village has to offer. The support for commercial main streets is big in the policy framework, and it's really twofold with this proposed development. One, we're adding in the order of 200 to 300 new residents that are going to be using the businesses and shops on a day-to-day basis. On the flip side, we're filling in a void in the commercial streetscape, something that's occupied, as Mr. Stevenson indicated, as an auto garage currently. We're going to be adding a lot of life, a lot of activity with new commercial space along the street. And then lastly, obviously, we're ideally located for active transportation routes. The Iron Horse right at our back door in this site. Quick walk up to Uptown, a little bit longer walk to downtown, Victoria Park, and all those amenities. So I think these are a lot of, in our mind, these are a lot of the characteristics, the contextual conditions that went into identifying the site in this corridor as a good spot for intensification as established in the 2014 official plan. The other part is the zoning, and the second part is really the zoning bylaw amendment. It is implementing the official plan. We've obviously done away with the official plan amendment. The official plan, as Mr. Stevenson said, specifically contemplates a 12-story building on this site, subject to meeting the tests. And the decision really comes to that one policy that Mr. Stevenson referenced in terms of the 3 tests of the increase. And so we've worked with staff over the better part of, I would say, a year in terms of refining the building, as Mr. Bousfield has indicated, really working on the scale of the base, really working on the position of the base, and then stepping back the tower as well. And we have obviously undertaken all the tests of compatibility, all the studies required particularly from a shadow and a wind perspective, and they all demonstrate that there's no adverse impact on the surrounding area. So based on that basis, approval of the zoning bylaw amendment in our mind is entirely justified. It's in keeping with the existing policies. We're implementing the existing policies in terms of height and should be approved in that regard. So based on that, we are, the three of us are, Dawn, Andrew, and myself are available for questions from the project team.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll go to our first question. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair Chapman, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming in this evening. I have the opportunity as ward councillor to have heard a lot of feedback with regards to the proposed development over the last 18 months, and I'd say that we're going to hear a lot of perspectives this evening and on Wednesday night as well. But probably the overriding question that I've heard from people is, why does this building not fit into the official plan? Why have we not seen a proposal that is 8 stories or 25 meters?
Andrew, I'm not sure if you want to tackle that, or Dawn. I think the short answer is there's really, from a viability perspective, it doesn't work at 8 stories, and that's probably the easiest and simplest way to put it. Dawn and Andrew, I'm not sure if you have anything further to add to
that. I can. I mean, so from the planning standpoint, I won't speak to the planning standpoint, Councillor Johnson. From an architectural standpoint, the form of the building in terms of its reconciliation, whether it's 8 or 12 stories, is often a reflection of a number of competing or compounding criteria, not the least of which are the city's own tall building guidelines, which have the impact of, and it's a long time ago, but I tried to explain it in my presentation at the meeting last, excuse me. I tried to explain it in my presentation last spring as sort of these various components come together. It has the tendency of squeezing mass inward and more vertically, and that's really how the form has gone from initially 13 stories and now it's started to come back down to 12. The program really hasn't changed profoundly. So architecturally, that's how we end up at 12 stories. It's probably not a very well-resolved answer.
And I would say, I would add to that, Angie, the planning answer is that it is contemplated by the official plan. We are working within the rules of the official plan. We no longer require an official plan amendment, given that we're now 11 stories. This is something that's specifically contemplated, as I said, subject to meeting those 3 tests, which per city staff report has indicated they are satisfied in that regard, and obviously are recommending approval on that basis.
Thank you. As a follow-up, Mr. Muir, you had said that it was because of the viability of the building. I'm wondering if you can expand on that, please.
I think the short answer is obviously the project viability from the financial perspective. There's obviously, I don't think we need to get into it at this point. It's obviously a behind the scenes type of exercise, but it's simply, it doesn't work at 8 stories is from the proponent's perspective.
All right, thank you.
Those are the questions you have at this point. Thank you. Next we have Councillor Singh. Go ahead with your questions.
Yes, thank you. So again, quite pleased with the overall rendering of the building design. It does appear that significant painstaking effort has been made to ensure that the build form is appropriate to the neighborhood there. I'm just quickly going to touch on Councillor Johnston's question, just for clarity here. And I think it was answered. I just want to further clarification though, where initially an OPA was requested related to the height. Now, because of the reduction to 11 stories, the overall height is consistent with the current, the official plan. Am I correct? And no relief is being requested at this point pertaining to height.
That's correct. Is if we were to answer this, and not Mr. Stevenson, the permitted height as a base, the base height is 8 stories. The policy that Mr. Stevenson referenced contemplates up to 50% more, so up to 12 stories, subject to those tests. What was originally submitted was a 13-story building. Technically speaking, we had the building was 12 stories. There was an indoor amenity room on the 13th floor. There were no residential units, but it triggered the definition of a story. So technically, we were at 13 stories, hence the requirement for the official plan amendment.
Right.
At the suggestion
based on the 50% additional, 50% increase, right? And
That's
you're
correct.
saying that the application meets those 3 tests.
We're saying that, and I believe, not to speak for Mr. Stevenson, but I believe that's in his staff report, that it also says the same thing.
Yeah, and staff are supporting them. Okay, that at least settles that question in mind, where we have heard significant amount of pushback based on the height, and especially the fact that the argument was that the proposal is pushing beyond what should be suitable for the neighborhood, whereas the official plan has already contemplated that 50% addition to the 8 stories, what is currently allowed, and you're meeting those guidelines. Okay, thank you. In respect to the extensive process of getting to where we are right now, of presenting this to council, extensive consultation has been involved in the neighborhood. Maybe this question is more appropriate for the architect. How many changes or iterations have you guys gone through to get to the final form?
Through you, Chair Chapman, Councillor Singh, I would suggest that we've probably been through 4 or 5 design iterations since, guided to some extent by the public consultation process ongoing with members of staff, including Mr. Stevenson. And we did our best to take those comments sincerely and to adapt our massing accordingly. And we're very proud of the building. We do believe that it does represent a really significant architectural and urban design response. I think it's a very sensitively presented design, and I do genuinely believe that it is as a result of that public consultation process that the architecture has evolved to the place we see tonight. And as the architect, I'm actually quite grateful for those outcomes.
No, that's good, and I'm certainly pleased with the outcome because it shows it's definitely a pleasing building form, and it's important the fact that some of the changes were driven by the residents who are your neighbors. So showing that reflection is an important point. Beyond the building looking attractive, which it does, how about the inside? In the earlier item before you guys, we heard about some changes in the types of units that the previous applicant is proposing, and there was mention made the fact that there are 3-bedroom units in addition to 2-bedroom units, which allows for greater flexibility of the housing stock, for more options for residents who may want to downsize but still have larger space. Does the building contemplate units that are beyond the 1-bedroom and 1-bedroom plus 10, or even 2-bedroom? Or you're not there yet of the internal designs?
Well, Councillor Singh, the building does contemplate larger units. Then I guess what we would typically see in sort of condominium projects in sort of mid and urban locations. But at this point, we really haven't gone into a really in-depth marketing analysis to the extent that the individual suite designs are starting to take form. Of course, still waiting to understand what that ultimate form will be. Once that's established, then my team can start to work with the developer on refining that suite mix and the sizing.
Okay, just very quickly, how far are you from the nearest low-rise residence on the front of your building and the rear of your building? Do you have that offhand?
Through you, Chair Chapman, I believe to the rear, so across rear yard, across the trail, across Gildner Green, it's in the order of 60 meters. So approaching 200 feet in that regard. I couldn't off the top of my head tell you what it was on the other side of Belmont. It's probably in the same vicinity.
Yes, I'm looking
probably
at
a little
it.
bit more.
It looks to be a little bit more even on the front,
Mhm.
and I think that's an important note. The fact that you're not having a low rise abut right near to the proposed building. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your questions, Councillor Singh. Next, we have Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. With this, all the attention that you've received from this development proposal, just wondering what kind of interest people have shown in this. I know you're not marketing, you don't have everything done yet, but the location is chosen. What kind of response have you had for people interested in a unit in your building?
Through you, Councillor Chapman, if I could ask the clerks, Zach Zaire with Zaire Group is also, I believe, in the waiting room. It's probably a question, these types of questions are best addressed through him. If I could get him invited to the dance floor.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Kevin, for asking me to join. Happy to respond, I guess, through you, Councillor Chapman, or Chair Chapman. At this point, we have a host website set up, just a landing page, something that established, early on in the project, but just to direct people. Early days, obviously, there's been a lot of, public conversation about this, which has been great. But we have at this point around 1,050 active or interested parties in this development. And, maybe not obvious, but the reality is we've done no sort of marketing on this yet, as we wanted to get through this process and work through this process with city staff, the neighborhood, and council before we'd ever consider publicly marketing this.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to kind of gauge the interest and the desire for housing in this area. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Next, we have Mayor Brbanovic.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the group of you for coming in this evening and sharing with us your vision for this site. I guess I just want to build a little further on question that Councillor Johnson's and Singh asked, and it has to just do with the economics of the project. And as you're no doubt aware, there's a desire by the community to see something that is a building that's lower in height, and that certainly some would feel would blend in better with the community. I'm wondering if you can just talk a little bit about, from your perspective at least, why that's not feasible. I don't know who wants to answer it.
Zach, you could probably take that.
Yeah, so through you, Chair Chapman, I think ultimately when we look at this development and what's occurred over the last 2 years, we're weighing a lot of different, metrics and decisions and strategies. And I think, we came in at 13 stories. We went through a number of processes where we feel like we have worked, closely with the neighborhood, to react to some of their comments. And as a result of that, we see the built form that is in front of us. And a part of this is, financial is one metric, but I think we're also wanting to be, aware of what we're really proposing here and wanting here, which is to provide additional housing in this neighborhood. I think from the 1,050 registrants we've seen thus far, the 75 letters of support that we've received, plus and sort of the neighborhood comments that we're hearing, this is such a great opportunity to provide a different type of housing that's currently in the neighborhood. So when we decided to drop the stories, we felt that was best, as it was commentary that we heard from the public. We wanted to sort of, work with them, work with the neighborhood and with staff to bring a development forward that sort of reacts to all the comments that we heard. And it was ultimately, where that height was ultimately set or where we drew that line. But for us, it was a lot more than just, let's just drop to 8, because we felt like there was, in making that decision, we would be losing a number of potential units in this building that serve a very important need in this neighborhood, be that, 1 bedrooms for people that are graduating from school and working at Catalyst and wanting to live in the neighborhood, or, larger 2 bedrooms of people that live in the neighborhood already, but want to downsize and still stay within the neighborhood. So sort of weighing all those different ideas and strategies was part of how we arrived at this height. So for us, it wasn't, we're just going to go to 8 because that's what's permitted under the existing zoning. It's, permitted without needing to go through this formal process. But it was, this is the right building after, discussions with the surrounding neighborhood. We're still able to provide a diverse amount of housing on the site. And to us, we're achieving lots of different goals with what's in front of us. And ultimately, we think it's a great compromise as to what's being proposed here.
Great. Well, thanks for that response. I'm going to call you Zach, because if I call you Mr. Zare, you'll likely say, well, that's your father's name. But I'm wondering if I can go to my second question, which is really focused on the main floor of the building. And what you're proposing there in terms of retail, restaurant, and amenity space and so on. And as someone who has been engaged in Belmont Village, you obviously have a sense of the vibrancy that's there and both the opportunities that exist for its future. And I'm wondering if you can just sort of talk about how you think, what you're proposing will complement that.
Totally. So I'll take that, and then if Mr. Zare wants to step in, maybe he can as well. But I think ultimately for us, for full transparency, we own the neighboring site at 678 Belmont. We've owned that for, I want to say 15 plus years. We've invested a lot of money in that building over time to ensure it's kept up with what we feel is an appropriate standard for Belmont Village. Visually, we want the buildings, we want to be proud of the assets we own. I think for this site, as we've gone down this path, it's been interesting, the amount of support and interest we've seen from retail users. So our vision for this site is a larger grocery store. The footprint isn't massive, but call it around 6,000 square feet of grocery or quick food service, potentially, almost like a Vincenzo's from days past in the village. It could serve the local neighborhood. It could serve the residents. It's, you come in, you grab. We want to promote, more of a downtown living. You're not going to a large scale grocery store for picking up groceries for your week or for your week and a half, but you're going to go and grab groceries for a night or two and then come back in a couple of days, sort of creating that nice urban lifestyle. We've also are envisioning 3 restaurants that are going to face onto Belmont Ave itself. This internal muse between 660 and 678 Belmont that's going to draw people towards the Iron Horse Trail and also from the Iron Horse Trail into our site and ultimately into Belmont Village. So we're envisioning there 3 smaller, call it chef-driven restaurants. So it would be, something again for the neighborhood to come in support, but also to draw more people into Belmont Village. So to sort of summarize, we're envisioning a small but medium-sized grocery store, and then 3 chef-driven restaurants. And the whole idea is to create that vibrancy on this side of the Belmont Village, because it is interesting as we've participated in festival and other activities like that over the last couple of years, and bearing in mind COVID and everything else that we've all gone through together, we see a lot of vibrancy on the other side of Belmont, sort of towards Union Street, and we're really looking to sort of draw that vibrancy down this direction of Belmont Village, and really feel that this development, and as you saw in that video, can be a catalyst for that to all happen.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your questions. And we'll go finally on to Councillor Ioannidis for your questions.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Chapman. Thank you for your presentation. A lot of the concerns that I heard from residents over the last 3 or 4 months has been basically the streetscape. And so one of the things that I wasn't too sure because from what I see in that video, was that your first take at the streetscape, or is that a revised version?
So through you, Councilor Chapman, that is sort of the outcome of what we've worked through over the last couple of years. The building was originally much closer to Belmont Avenue. We've since pulled that building face back from the first floor away from Belmont Avenue. It's now back further than 678, its neighboring site, to create more pedestrian scale between the curb edge or the property line face of our property to that building face. Because we really feel that that's key in sort of animating and achieving what Belmont is, which is really like a people pedestrian first experience.
Okay. Anyways, it looked really great, that video, and it seemed like to me through that video that it did really seem to go with the flow with the rest of the building beside, which is yours as well. And from what I've seen over in the summertime.
Yeah, our dream is to, match what we're seeing with the slipway enclosures last year and the excitement that that's created, have that occur on this property with still including the street parking, the parallel parking, and really get that vibrancy on this side of the street.
If I may add, just right from the get-go, I had, given the task to Andrew Bosefield and his team and the planners. I wanted this to be the street experience first, and then build a building around that. That was, and I know that's something that, when we have high-rise projects, the main floor ends up sort of being, the leftover goods, after you get the elevator shafts and, staircases and all that. And what I wanted this one to be is a reverse. And, and I think we've done a really nice job at that, so.
Okay. And it seems to fit in with, I guess, the property that's a little further down near the corner of, I guess where former Vincenzo's is in Arabella Park, and that property, they seem to be doing a sort of similar type of feel. So it seems like it's going to come together. That's what it kind of looks like to me anyways. But.
Is that a question? Does anybody want to comment on that? No? Okay. Did you want to say something, Don?
Well, I agree with your comments, and it's great to see that people are investing money in the village, and it's a wonderful spot, and it's good to see that there's confidence that people are willing to invest money to make the retail a more vibrant experience.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your questions, Councillor Ioannidis. So I had a couple questions before we move on to the next delegation. My first question is, so I'm not sure if it was Mr. Bosefield or Mr. Muir mentioned that there'd been a number of iterations of this project to land where we are today. So I've seen two of those. The first one and now this modified one. Well, what I take to be the first one, but there could be others that I'm not familiar with. But from the very get-go, I noticed that the laneway is part of the plan, with the first plan and with the second plan. And so my question to you is, what gave you the impression that the laneway was up for sale?
Zach, I'm not sure if you want to handle that or.
Sure. I guess I guess the video doesn't show it super clear, but the laneway functionally, is going to stay the same. And as Kevin said Mr. Stevenson said in their presentation, it's really to provide servicing this building from the back of the site, which is obviously critical to how Belmont functions and feels every day. Ultimately, we feel that the acquisition of laneway is important because it allows us to control and flow that pedestrian feel and connection from the Iron Horse Trail to the Belmont Village. It's all would be completed on one property. We'd be able to have easements that would allow public access onto those properties. We can flow, through a barrier-free and hopefully some sort of staired connection off the Iron Horse Trail. People from the Iron Horse Trail through our site in a safe manner, and bring them out to Belmont Village and vice versa. We know that there is a process to go through to acquire publicly owned property. We know that ultimately we're the only potential purchasers of this property if there was to be a sale, as we own 678 Belmont and this property, so we could complete the sale from Belmont Avenue to Claremont, and that's a luxury that we have only because we own both properties. We also feel that there is value in ultimately the sale of this laneway to us, because it will be sold for a dollar value that will allow the city to use that money to hopefully support another important project. And I guess the reality is, if it wasn't sold to us, it probably would be sold to no one and just be an asset that the city would have to care control of, but also the liability and everything that goes along with it. So ultimately, we felt that we were the natural buyer if there was to be a sale, and that it allows us to continue to provide, or allows us to really complete our dream, which is provide that connection to and from the Iron Horse Trail in Belmont. And then also, and we've been, speaking at a high, having some fun internally about saying, can we bring Festival back behind some of these buildings? Could Festival occur not only on Belmont Avenue, but also occur on on this portion of Belmont Ave, or Belmont Lane, in the summer, and continue to help draw people in and off the trail. So we just think it's a very interesting way to allow total flexibility from a pedestrian standpoint, and it's an interesting opportunity for the city to potentially sell a property and then use that money elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand why you would want the laneway. But I guess, again, the question I have is, why would you assume that you would come to own the laneway when you did your plan, right? Because I assume a 12-story building would not fit on the property without the acquisition of the laneway. Is that correct?
So the entire built form fits within the existing 660 parcel. Nothing spills over. The only thing that really spills over is the underground parking, and that's to ensure that we can provide, or can provide, sufficient parking for this development without requesting a reduction in the required parking. So in terms of the built form, nothing would really change if we didn't buy the laneway. Without the laneway, we'd be at a FSR of around 4.7. But there are policies in place that allow parcels in this area to go to an FSR of 5. So we've, strategically, the building fits within the existing 660 site, and there's just the added perks that come along with us, purchasing development. Obviously, the underground parking is great, but that's just one component. But the built form itself really could stay at the proposed height with or without the laneway.
Okay, thank you. I have one last question. You're proposing a $250,000 donation to Menno Homes, which is very honorable, and I'm sure that's most welcome at their end. I would ask you, how many units would $250,000 build?
So that's a great question. I think Dan, the CEO of Menno Homes, is a delegation. I believe he'll be presenting on Wednesday now. I can't give you a definitive on that, because the way that they look at it in terms of what financing they can get off that donation is different than how we would finance, that dollar amount, because they are using, CMHC money. There's different metrics that they use. They're also providing apartment units versus condominium units. So I can't specifically tell you, how many units that would provide, but I know that Dan is a delegation and probably can better articulate and more confidently articulate what that money will provide to them.
If I could add, Councillor Chapman, our family has made a 5-year commitment to, on a personal level, to Menno Homes as well, in addition to the monies that will come from this project.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. So thank you, the four of you, for coming in and presenting your plan. We'll now move on to the next delegation. And I see Paulina Fauchon, you are already in the room, so you can go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to firstly acknowledge that we are all here on the Haldimand Tract, which is the traditional territory of the Neutral, Anishinaabeg, and Haudenosaunee peoples. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada and Haldimand treaties. Secondly, thank you for allowing me to be a voice in this discussion, although at this point, it does feel a bit ridiculous that we're still discussing this. There have been countless meetings, and residents in the area have made their concerns and opposition to this project abundantly clear. In fact, as we have now found out, we've actually had to have a second meeting because there are so many people that would like to speak out about this. That will be Wednesday, as has been mentioned, and FYI, folks, you are invited, and I would encourage you to contact delegation@kitchener.ca to ask any questions or become a part of it. We all know that there are enough empty luxury condo housings in this city as it is. We are, as has been pointed out, living in an affordable housing crisis. We don't need more luxury condos in this city, and we don't need them in Belmont Village. And here are some specifics on the height and area of the building, so discussed tonight already. But the maximum height of buildings in this area is provided in a bylaw, which for the Belmont Village, as we've said, is 25 meters. The Zaire Group has attempted to make it seem like they're listening to us and that they want to do right by the residents of Belmont Village by reducing the overall height from almost 49 meters to the famous 39.1 meters, because of course those last 4 meters don't count for some reason. This represents a reduction of less than 10% and is still 75% higher than the zoning bylaw allows. Honestly, I think that this should be enough on its own to stop this project in its tracks. What are bylaws for if they can just be worked around by developers? I will repeat, the current bylaw allows for 25-meter high buildings. Belmont Village currently doesn't have any buildings higher than 8 meters. So even the allowed 25-meter building would make a huge difference in the landscape of our neighborhood. In addition to reducing the height by an insultingly low amount, the Zaire Group has proposed to increase their floor area by almost 10% by moving the east wall of the tower 7 meters closer to the Iron Horse Trail. So they have attempted by reducing the height to make it look as though they're acquiescing to resident demands, but sneakily increasing the amount of condo real estate for sale and potentially increasing their eventual profits, of course. A reminder that so far no one has said anything about any of this being affordable housing. They are all more luxury condos. As residents have made clear in previous meetings, we don't want this area to set a precedent for other developers. We don't want the Iron Horse Trail and Gildner Green to be covered in shadows for more hours of the day. The trail is well used and the park is loved by so many neighborhood kids. We don't want a reduction in trees or green space in the area. There really isn't any good reason for this project to go ahead. If 25 meters isn't viable, I think another space should be found for this type of building. If you're looking for the street experience first, then the height shouldn't be necessary. It's a clear money grab from the Zaire Group developers, who most certainly have enough already. And I know that many residents feel the same as me and are not having any of it. So to wrap myself up, I'd like to share a few words from some other people in my household. Firstly, my daughter Ainsley, who is 6.5. And she said of this project after I explained to her the basics, I mean, I like making money, but I also like caring for other people. So, and finally, some words that my partner Russell wrote in an email to the city. This region has a housing affordability crisis, and affordable housing should not just be a component of future proposed projects. It should be the predominant goal of housing projects approved going forward. City's planning decisions need a sharp turn away from gentrified condo developments. Thank you for hearing my voice, and for everyone else who won't have the chance to speak today, please don't forget to to contact delegation@kitchener.ca.
Thank you very much, Paulina, for coming in and expressing your concerns. I don't see any questions right now, so thank you for coming.
That's quite all right. I've got to go put Ainsley to bed now. Have a good night, everybody.
Okay, take care. Next, we have Barb Trotter. I see you're in the room. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation. You can begin whenever you'd like. We can't hear you, so I'm not sure if you're trying to talk or not. Your microphone seems to be off still.
Can I start all over? And I don't want that slide to show yet. So can I begin again?
Okay.
Thank you. Goody, the mushrooming with the 5 minutes.
Yeah, rewind. I'll keep an 9 o'clock. Is this the first slide that you wanted to see?
Yeah, but I want to cue when it shows, is what I said. I'd like to cue for the first slide so it doesn't show yet.
Okay, we're starting all over. Hang on.
I'm very sorry. My apologies. And thank you for your patience. Good evening. The mushrooming towers in the city center have negative physical and mental health effects, but developers can buy their way out of furnishing the most effective antidote, readily accessible green space, leaving the city with the nearly impossible task of providing it nearby. How can the city contemplate relinquishing any public land in the core? Not even close to being abandoned, Belmont Lane East is a public thoroughfare in constant use, and surface maintenance is funded by a property owner levy. The sole beneficiary of the sale will be the developer's already overflowing pockets. Arguing that this might be the only opportunity to sell seems short-sighted. Selling will eliminate any chance of this public asset ever benefiting the other 240,000 citizens and will set a dangerous precedent. Given Kitchener's sad record of demolishing significant parts of our collective history, we must salvage what is left. Residents and tourists are attracted by quaint, human-scale retro elements. No one says, let's visit that charming skyscraper canyon. Belmont Village echoes our yesterdays and tugs at the heartstrings of the entire region. Instead of concrete and steel monoliths, it could be enhanced by 25-meter brick structures evoking Kitchener's industrial roots like this. Now slide 1. Thank you. High-level government policy documents cited in the staff report urge the creation of equitable, stable communities that provide a sense of place and support quality of life and human health. Belmont Village, slide 2, please, doesn't need creation. Its mix of small, independent businesses is already the heart of an inclusive community of varied incomes, ages, house sizes, owners, and renters. What it does need is careful change management, not excessively tall buildings like 660 Belmont. The planner told me consideration of additional height is based on compelling and unique reasons. I'm not seeing them. 25 meters would supply substantial increased density, structural variation, and new residents. Claims that the revised plan addresses the community's concerns are blatantly misleading and fail the test of making both sides, quote, a little unhappy. The paltry 4.7 meters shorter is more than offset by the additional width of 7 more meters of looming bulk, which actually increases the total floor area along with profits for the developer, who I imagine is not a bit unhappy. But with more than 18 meters of sky still blocked, the unhappiness of the residents is undiminished. The affordable housing donation is a deductible business expense and a fraction of the regional 30% target. The sustainability provisions are either non-committal if possibles or commitments already standard in new builds. Commercial and visitor parking is still inadequate. And the overriding concern persists. Precedent-setting approval of this building will turn Belmont Village into this. Slide 3, please. Most of the east side of the village is now owned by money-driven developers. The possibility of another building next door, outrageous commercial rent hikes, and the letter in the staff report from a tenant in an affordable village apartment all point to what is in store. The mix of small businesses that serve diverse income levels will be gone, to be replaced by a wall of luxury high-rise condos and high-end enterprises catering exclusively to the wealthy. A hold on further development pending an in-depth study is clearly in order. Slide 4, please. Literally hundreds and hundreds of opponents have voiced concerns that have been ignored by planners who apparently cannot see the exceptional value of the village as a compelling and unique reason for rejecting the 50% increase. And now it's up to you. Will you maximize profits for a wealthy few, or preserve and enhance both public land and an irreplaceable social, economic, tourist magnet resource for everyone? My fervent hope is that you will champion reasonable change that supports the quality of life of the ordinary constituents of this city who elected you to safeguard their interests. I thank you for listening, and in my 5 seconds, I thank Councillor Johnston for what she said at the beginning as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Trotter, for your presentation. I don't see any questions at this time, but thank you for coming in. It's much appreciated. Our next delegation is Hélène Beaulieu. If you'd like.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good. I'm just going to pull up my presentation here. Good evening. My name is Hélène Beaulieu. I am a 27-year resident of Waterloo, and I have a 40-year association with Belmont Village that predates my settling in the region. So when the sign went up on Belmont Avenue announcing a high-rise tower, it was very disheartening. But really, it was just another day in the region, wasn't it? In neighborhoods throughout the Tri-Cities, residents first encounter a pending development when they are presented with one plan that is already fully conceived. Those who then want to know more face a huge task tracking down how it came to be. And when they become critical, their character and motives are questioned. Casting aspirations of NIMBYism is a convenient ad hominem tossed at local citizens who oppose the profiteering of their neighborhoods. In fact, everyone expects there will be height opposition because it is totally relatable. Most people do not want to live beside a big blank wall, and no matter how they architect it, high-rise towers end up being big blank walls. This is vertical sprawl that obstructs the sky. So crying NIMBYism is a toothless position meant to draw attention away from the fact that the applicant cannot point to specific elements that address residents' real concerns and legitimate requests for community-centric improvements that would add long-term value to the project and the neighborhood. When developers and supporters rely almost entirely on this specious accusation, it's proof that criticisms have merit. At its core, the Belmont proposal fails to provide an inspiring vision that reflects the innovation many would like to see. Furthermore, the applicant has taken advantage of the revision process to advance design changes that will benefit only direct investors to the project, not the community in general. Citizens have individually spent hundreds and collectively thousands of hours educating themselves on the workings of city planning, council, and the development process. They have spent a year digging through official documents and reviewing minutes and recordings of past planning meetings to reconstruct the decision-making process that has brought many of us here tonight and then again on Wednesday. And that speaks to the enduring attraction of the village, which has charmed so many for so long. This is a stable neighborhood that has supported its citizens and by extension, the broader community since its inception. The garden suburb concept that begat Belmont dates back to 1912. If it cannot be declared a heritage district, it's not because the designation is not warranted. The whole community, people-centric approach that was implemented here is much admired, yet has never been adequately replicated elsewhere in the city. What you see and feel in this neighborhood is comparable to what you find on residential streets of rural villages, where there is diverse architecture and where the natural environment in the form of trees, gardens, and visible sky is more present than in the heart of any city. These condos will not suit family, multifamily, or multi-generational family households that should be settling here. This is a feeder community for as many as 8 schools. The neighborhood would welcome affordable and inclusive housing that is diverse in structure and facilitates social and cultural engagement. This will not be a green building. It will not be LEED compliant, nor will it be net zero. Including structure for future retrofitting acknowledges the need and confirms lack of will. To offload sustainability to a cohort of future owners is deliberately neglectful. Finally, nobody opposing this specific structure says they oppose outright all development or redevelopment. Still, engaged citizens have been derided, disrespected, and disregarded. They are chided that change can be hard, when in fact the right change is easy, and we all know that. So when the developer claims that a tower will fit the character of the neighborhood, those who have lived here for decades see no congruence between what currently exists, what they would like to see, and what is being proposed. Telling people to not believe what they can see clearly for themselves is gaslighting. In years past, when housing choices could be made, people who live in Belmont Village chose Belmont Village. Their strong opinions and desire to direct how it will evolve is completely reasonable. We need not build only high-rise towers in city cores or car-dependent subdivisions on fertile farmland. It insults the community to suggest there are no alternatives and to the status quo, and then fail or refuse to seek any out. Citizens of Waterloo Region deserve to feel excited and inspired about development. They should be able to believe that today's residential projects will help resolve current and future housing issues and produce long-term value across the entire community without wiping out the organic growth that makes neighborhoods desirable in the first place. Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Johnson, for your comments at the beginning of this meeting.
Thank you for your presentation. We have a question. Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Hi, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, because we do have a lot of delegations, and
Your voice,
I can hear you.
Your voice is muffled.
I'm sorry, my headset, I put it the wrong way. I'll be very quick because we have a lot of delegations. So I've heard other residents make similar comment about the consideration of affordable housing, and while at the same time outlining that the level of density here is not appropriate for the neighborhood, which I can appreciate that. As you know, as those that have lived in this neighborhood for a long time and not seen this height, this type of proposed height for construction, this is outside the norm. But yet at the same time, our residents need a place to live. And I think in your comment, that's why I keyed in to ask, you've said that there has to be other alternatives from building out, while at the same time building too high in neighborhoods such as Belmont Village. The alternative is where you have low-rise residences like Belmont Village, where currently through Crosby, it's being proposed as Res 2. Res 2 requires, I think, a front yard above 45 or even greater than that of feet, whereas the lowest lot line in our city's zoning bylaws allows as little as 29.5 feet. Is that an alternative as a resident of Belmont Village that you would support, that if we have reduced options of building high rises, as you put it, that we have greater flexibility of more low rise options, so smaller lot lines, even in neighborhoods like Belmont Village? Would you be supportive of that type of direction as an alternative?
You're asking me directly?
Yeah, I'm asking you directly, yes. Through your comments.
I would like to see what that looks like, actually. I'm not familiar with all the types of planning options that are available, but I certainly would be open to hearing what else could be made available, what else could be proposed, what alternatives there are. There was a lot of different kinds of housing in this neighborhood. So certainly if there were something based on what you're suggesting, I would be interested to see what that looks like, because I can't make a determination just here on the spot like that.
Okay, no, I just was simply asking, would you be supportive of seeing smaller lots in your neighborhood? It's simply in that. But anyways, that was where I was trying to get at with my question. But again, it's a lot of conversation to have, and we'll have to look for a balance with this, and I appreciate that.
Well, and conversation would be great.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question, Councillor Singh. I just have you mentioned in your presentation, you referred to the right change. What to you would be a right change? Like you were saying, you're not afraid of change, but that you don't like this change, right? So what to you would be the right change?
The right change? Well, I guess, like I said, I'd like to see something that accommodates for families who should be living here. There are 5 families that live on my street alone. And to be clear, I do not live in Belmont Village. I actually live in Waterloo. I'm just a supporter who really likes the village, and I consider it my core. I do most of my shopping there. So I like the idea of having more of the commercial, like having more shopping and more restaurants, and that's all great. But I would also like to see opportunities for more families to be able to be here. Families make communities. Families make safe communities. Families make stable communities. That's what has been the stable here in this Belmont Westmount area is our stable families and multi-generational housing opportunities would be awesome.
Right. Great. Thank you so much. And thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Next we have Maureen Ferrero. I think there's a PowerPoint presentation to pull up.
Yes, I do. And my first slide can come right off the top. So thank you very much. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Maureen Ferrero, and I live in Ward 8. I'd like to start with a quote from Councillor Christine Michaud. I wish there was a Belmont Village in every ward. This statement speaks volumes about how valuable this street is to community life in Kitchener. Now, the Zare Group wants us all to believe because they live in the community, their intentions to overbuild can only be good. In the second NIM meeting, their architect stated, to be charitable, he says, Belmont is a collection of 1- and 2-story buildings of little architectural significance. This feeds into the developer's narrative that while they love the village too, this mismatched of buildings are in dire need of redevelopment with this massive high-rise. You can remove the slide, please. So despite what the Zare Group says, I'm not ready for that one yet, thinks about the look of the village, it has history. Designed after World War II to replicate small Ontario town centers with angled parking and wide pedestrian-friendly streets, the shops and services in the village have contributed much to the quality of life for all citizens for decades. Now, the city has asked for community input on this proposal, and we have provided it in spades. 160 people out of the 173 letters and emails recorded in the staff report opposed the building this high. More than 80% of people attending the 2 MIMs and the 10 community meetings overwhelmingly said no. Now, the developer's narrative, widely touted by the speakers tonight and the local newspaper, states that they've been listening to all of these city residents and returned with a real compromise. So here it is. This is the slide, folks. You can imagine how shocked and disappointed these hundreds of citizens are after waiting 5 to 6 months for the new proposal, to be presented with this fact at the 11th hour. The blue shading represents the original proposal at 49 meters. The yellows represent the new build, the compromise. Just 4.7 meters was shaved off the top, and the building is actually now wider and bigger, 23 feet closer to the Iron Horse Trail. Fact is, the building still towers at 43.7 meters. It's just too high. It went from 13 stories to 12, not 11 as stated, because the mechanical rooftop, while not livable, is certainly still a visible story from the street. And why isn't it viable at 25 meters? Well, the honest and simple answer is the development will make less money. Slide 3, please. It's an absolute given as the city grows, we must not encroach onto precious farmland for housing. And the fact is, we're not. We're doing exceptionally well with this. This city document confirms our region's current intensification levels is 67%, exceeding region's target of 45, and the overall level for the past 5 years is a solid 56. Now, I'm not suggesting that these successful intensification numbers tell the whole story. We still need housing in the city, but these high-end 1 and 2 bedroom condos don't address the city's real need. You could lose the slide, please. If the tower is approved to be the gateway build in Belmont, you know that everything that follows will be even bigger instead of what it should be, a well-planned community combining gentle residential growth as described in the urban plan manual. If we're going to make changes to this mature established city block because of growth needs, then we must ensure that the first big change we allow is one that transitions and influences everything that we want to see remain and be built here. Let's put this proposal on hold and really examine what's going on. Belmont Village is one small block, okay? It's 370 meters, folks. That contributes so much to the livability of our community and the entire city. Are we going to allow the vision of one entity driven by the goal of profit to dictate the entire future of Belmont when hundreds of people have stated, let's do better? Let's come up with a plan for compatible residential growth that respects the history, the charm, and the need for pedestrian-friendly respite that the village offers in our fast-growing city. Let's make a plan and save the village. And I'll close now with a quote from our mayor. The last slide, please. Belmont Village is an important part of our community's history. It's an important part of this ward's history and the history of this part of the city. One of the things that has always appealed to me is how it really has been a bastion of small, independent, local businesses, whether it's restaurants or retailers. Belmont Village is an asset, not just for the neighborhood, but for the community as a whole. And I thank you, Mayor Barry, for your very supportive comments. And I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I see we have one question from Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair Chapman, and thank you, Maureen, for coming in. You are absolutely right. From day one, you have been incredibly involved in both sharing your thoughts on this, but enabling other people to as well. So thank you. I was trying to hurriedly write down as you were talking, so I hope I got this right, Maureen, but you can correct me. You said a well-planned building providing gentle residential growth, I believe is what you said. I'm wondering if you can expand on that, Maureen. What does that mean to you?
Absolutely, Councillor Johnson. There are so many examples in this city and different cities across the country where they have little nodes and corridors like we do in the village, where they limit the build to 4 stories, 6 stories, 8 stories, so that these residential builds are part of the community and they don't tower over. Bank Street in Ottawa just passed a bylaw that said nothing more than 4 stories, because up and down Bank Street are all these little incredible artisan shops and restaurants and bistros that really attract people, and they don't want the towering massive condos overbearing there. They want the residential to be part of the community, and that's what I think we have to do. It's just one block, you know, it's 370 meters. If we need to add to our intensification and add residential here, then let's do it so that it's compatible and it suits the village. It's of the same height. You saw that picture at the beginning. Oh my God, it's a monstrosity in comparison to the rest of the village. And it will set the precedent for all of the other developers to have at it.
Thanks, Maureen. Well, I'm hoping that my motion will pass on Wednesday night, and that we'll have a further opportunity to make some plans and to work together as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity this evening, everyone.
There's another question for you, Ms. Ferraro. So, Councillor Gazzola, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have a question. I want to compliment you for, you've really done your homework and have done a good job of it. And I want to thank you for bringing out a point that I've been trying to raise for a number of months, and the fact that we're required to do a lot of infilling and all of that for the provincial standards and regional standards. And we are currently way ahead of what we're required to do for the region. And we seem to lose sight of that we must build higher and higher to meet what the region requires. We're ahead of what the region requires. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Gazzola and Ms. Ferrero for coming in. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Alan Taves. Go ahead. You're on mute for some reason. Although, not sure why we can't hear you. Try again. Here you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Alan Toes, and I'm a West Mount area resident. I just live down the road from the proposed project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee on this exciting new development proposal. My wife and I have resided in Kitchener-Waterloo community for over 65 years. During that time, the growth in this community has been overwhelming, but it's always exciting. During my 30-year career, I was a part of the management team at the Waterloo Region District School Board, and I was involved in land planning, construction of public school facilities in Waterloo Region. Not unsimilar to the 660 Belmont, we often experience community members having mixed feelings and concerns, insisting on the status quo, while other community members were excited about the planned changes. School buildings were constructed, new residential subdivisions expanded, and the school became a very welcome part of the community. And even those that were a little reluctant, it became part of their society as well. And that process repeated itself from one farm field to the next farm field. Acres of rich prime farmland were sacrificed for the demand of growth of subdivisions. My wife and I became part of that culture, moving from one cornfield to the next cornfield. Brownfield development took hold, and a significant change from the suburban sprawl that we were accustomed to has produced many examples of successful projects in our community, and they are well received. About 15 years ago, my wife and I took the plunge to move from the sprawling subdivisions back to city urban life. It was the best thing we could have done. What a great sense of community and friendly neighborhood. As we age, our priorities require adjustments. In our case, we wanted some downsizing. Although a significant change to our lifestyle, we experienced benefits that we had not even contemplated. We embraced the change in lifestyle, and we shared those experiences with family and friends. We enjoyed the newly adopted lifestyle and, of course, the Belmont Village being our newfound experience. We're at another new crossroads in our life, and downsizing is our next step. Our plan is to sell our current home, move into the mid-rise condominium. Our preference is obviously the 66 Belmont. This allows for us to continue to live in the community we're so proud of and so fond of. Often housing crisis conversations fail to recognize the need for a spectrum of housing options, focusing solely on affordable housing, and it cannot and will not resolve the crisis. The truth is the region needs more 660 Belmont for people like me and my wife. We don't want to limit downsizing options, leaving us stuck in a house that we've outgrown. Many of our friends have become empty nesters, eager to move, have the same options. They're limited as well. So rather than move, they stay in a home that would be perfectly suited for a new young family. So it's just part of a cycle that goes on. Some of the appealing designs of this concept make this so favorable to our family: the proximity to the Iron Horse Trail, the Uptown Waterloo, Victoria Park, the LRT, and of course the many services at Belmont. And every one of them is pedestrian friendly, which my wife and I have learned to live with and love. This past summer, we enjoyed Chef D food venue at 660. It brought a new life to the east end of the village. With the potential of the new small food market, restaurants, European-style cafes, the vibrant life of the entire Belmont block can only be enhanced to the residents and the local businesses. Simply look at the impact of the slip lane patios that have had on that neighborhood over the last couple of years. There are many like-minded community members that see this as an improvement to the site and surrounding area. It takes vision and forward thinking, many times out of the proverbial box. In my view, is to bring the change forward, and I will embrace it. My glass remains half full. I hope my comments have provided another view on the need for the professionally designed condominium residence buildings that meet the needs of the aging community members. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Toza, and I apologize for mispronouncing your last name. I don't see any questions, so thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Megan Hennessy. I see you're here. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation. You can begin now, although I think you're on mute.
There we go. You can hear me now? Thank you. My name is Megan Hennessy. I live in Westmount, and believe it or not, I am under age 65, despite the stereotypes for this area. My husband and I previously lived in Cherry Park, so we are longtime residents of the neighborhood. You could say we #love our hood, just like the goal for the city's marketing campaign. I understand why the developer would want to build here. Living in the village is an attractive selling feature, especially with the main floor retail space and the designs they've shown. I want to start by saying that I am not opposed to a residential build in the village. It's going to breathe new life into the area and bring new customers to the local businesses, which is especially important post-COVID. I am opposed, however, to the proposed height of this condo development. It is beyond what the bylaw allows and is simply too large for the look and feel of this quaint, eclectic city block we call the village. This residential build should blend in with the village in size and look, and not overpower in height, nor dictate the village's future. One building gives rise to the next, and then the next, and suddenly the village isn't the village anymore. It's an interurban strip. Doesn't have the same ring or appeal. The size creates a host of other concerns for me as a young parent. Believe it or not, Westmount and Cherry Park are home to many young families. Several young children live on my street, 3 of them being mine. My kids often play in the front yard, and of course I watch them, but my concern is the increased traffic, which leads to safety issues, and also the hunt and peck for parking that will ensue. During special events like the festival, which I love, and Christmas shopping days, etc., we already see an increase in traffic, and many visitors use the adjacent residential streets for parking. But those events are temporary and have not required long-term parking restrictions on our streets, especially mine. I live on Earl Street, which is right parallel to Belmont. The developer's new proposal holds 132 units. We've been told that the new building has legally accounted for its required parking, and that most inhabitants will either not have a car or will be using bicycles or the LRT. I realize other downtown condos share this business plan, and I have friends my age who live there and have to walk 4 blocks to get to their rented car spot in the morning. I know we're moving toward a vision for our city, but our city still requires a vehicle to get around efficiently. I feel the reality of the matter is that parking from the condo owners, their visitors and store customers are quickly going to overfill and the very limited parking available on the condo site and on Belmont Ave. And this was discussed in the neighborhood breakout sessions with City Planner Garrett Stevenson. It was stated at that time that permit or timed parking would be required for residential streets like Earl Street, where I live, to handle the overflow caused by the building. This would be extremely frustrating, especially when so many of us have single lane driveways. I've moved away from the street that had this at Gildner Street, and I don't want it here. I don't look forward to parking monitors on my street or sending my own guests to park a block away when it's busy, all because this developer or the next developer has overbuilt in the village. The current bylaw allows for 25 meters or 8 stories, and I can't argue with that. So please, let's just stick to the height for the 660 development and all the residential developments that are sure to follow. So to recap, what I'm asking for is to keep the building height to the current bylaw of 25 meters to maintain the village atmosphere and charm. Ensure overflow parking is limited on residential streets like Earl Street to support safe streets for kids at play, and do not add permit or timed parking to Earl Street or adjacent streets. If you're a decision maker who has not decided, I encourage you tonight to vote no on this proposal so we can come up with a stronger plan that maintains the village appeal while allowing for the required residential growth. Again, I love my hood and want to keep loving it. I hope my voice and others are truly heard tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for coming in and for giving us your views. It's much appreciated. I don't see any questions, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great night.
You too. Our next delegation is Amy Stolick.
Stolke.
Sorry.
Stolke. That's okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I love my hood too. That was a great presentation, Megan. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to my concerns about the 660 Belmont development. I've lived in the area for 25 years. I know that change is inevitable and that intensification means that taller and larger buildings and the revenue that they generate will be more and more appealing to the city. Tonight, I wish to advocate for thoughtful, reasonable change that's compatible with sustaining the bright and vibrant community where I live. Like many tonight, I've got concerns about a number of aspects of the 660 proposal and the detrimental effects it'll have on the neighborhood if it's allowed to proceed as planned. However, tonight I'm going to focus on one, it's a popular issue, excessive height. We've heard that the location is currently zoned for a 25-meter, 8-story building, which is reasonable for the location and compatible with the surrounding long-established residential neighborhoods. It balances the need for intensification and development with the needs and the interests of both the local and the broader community. The official plan allows consideration of up to a 50% increase in the permitted height only if certain conditions are met, including compatibility with adjacent lands and the satisfaction of all applicable policies within the plan. The official plan repeatedly stipulates that the urban design manual specifications must be met. I submit that the proposal doesn't meet the conditions to allow the increase in height based on the official plan, the urban design manual, and perhaps just plain old common sense. The city's previously indicated in the urban design briefs specific to Belmont Village what a compatible property looks like, and it definitely isn't a 39-meter or even a 37.5-meter development. The salient point is that City Council may consider, but is not obliged to give what would be a precedent-setting approval for the increase. Is Belmont Village really the best place for the city to utilize this clause for the first time? I'd urge you to consider the following material adverse impacts before making your decision. Shadows. A significant concern are long shadows the building will cast on neighboring homes for hours a day throughout the year. 50% height increase would cause an even greater shadow impact on people and homes in the building's vicinities, many of which have flower and vegetable gardens, pools, backyards. The well-used Iron Horse Trail will also be cast into shadow, as will the adjacent park and community garden frequently visited by families. Belmont Village itself will be subject to shadows that darken sunny areas, patios, and sidewalks. While keen to provide condo purchasers with high ceilings to maximize light, the developers failed to consider how much sunlight will be blocked from the existing neighborhood. You can't argue that prolonged shadows won't erode the quality of existing public and private space. Please give this the consideration the weight it deserves. Privacy. The additional stories in height will enable building residents to look down into the previously private backyards of neighboring homeowners. No fencing or landscaping can mitigate the adverse impact and the definite imposition, which will drastically change the character of the neighborhood in the immediate vicinity. Lack of harmony. The proposed building fails to create a harmonious relationship with the existing surroundings and certainly cannot be considered compatible within the usual and customary meaning of the term. The official plan says that adverse impacts can include visual clutter or obstruction of views and/or vistas. The looming mass of the taller building overshadowing the Iron Horse Trail and properties beyond certainly falls under this heading. The proposed height and its relation to that of other village buildings will make this tower visually prominent and perceivable from significant distances within the residential areas. The village includes nothing close to a building of this height, and in fact, a main concern is the precedent it'll set for future village development. I note that the videos shown earlier tonight were careful not to show the building in relation to the rest of the village. I could say much more about the negative impact of a building of this height on Belmont Village and its surrounding residential community, but I'll close by asking you to remember what the developer is asking for is significant. Margaret, I was pleased to hear about your proposed review of Belmont Village, and I hope, I can only hope it'll take place in time, perhaps to apply to this development. Please think of the adverse impacts on the community, the intrusive shadows, the invasive sightlines, and the lack of harmony within the village. Think of the precedent you could be setting and use your discretion to manage big development and instead put Belmont Village on a more reasonable path. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for coming in. I have a question, or must be moreover a comment, and I just wanted to thank you for reminding us of the 50% increase and what that implies and the requirements that need to be in place for that to be implemented, and also to point out to us that it's never been implemented before. So I think that's useful information for us to take away. So thank you very much for coming in. I don't see any questions. Okay, have a good evening. Next we have Norman Emtage.
My name is Norman Emtage. I am against the sale of the lane and the proposed development. After reviewing the original proposal, I'll call for the next slide, please. Don't put that up yet. Not ready, not ready. Please put myself back onto the screen, not any slides. I've had them called for. My name is Norman Emtage. I am against the sale of the lane and the proposed development. After reviewing the original proposal, all relevant city documentation, modern urban planning concepts, in December, I circulated to the mayor, councillors, staff, and others a strategic vision to redevelop the village. Earlier, the city and numerous others received my draft statement in September. Upon examining the developer's revisions and staff report recommendations and 2 Freedom of Information responses, I was aghast. First slide. The sale of the lane is locked to the application as a foregone conclusion. An in-camera meeting was needed to explain the precedent-setting sale of a public roadway to meet a developer's desire, but not publicly clarified. 50% bonusing height appears given, but never been before approved by council. No bonusing, please. Zoning exists for a reason. Midtown Parts stated that intensification demarcation was the trail. Now a radius of 800 meters appears assumed. What is correct? The Urban Planning Manual talks of sustainability, compatibility, environment, local green space, and much more that are missing or only given cursory comment. The wind study done in isolation did not model the 4-meter terrain drop to the trail, unusual wind conditions, and adjacent developments we may see, unpredicted, highly disruptive wind conditions for trail users. Low rise may be only acceptable. The 2012 change to 8 stories was generated, quote, at property's owner's request, quote, and after analysis of the staff report, both the community and the council were clearly not aware of the significant height increase. The legal entity for the village, the BIA, was not engaged by the city with respect to the 2012 zoning change or this zone change request. Why? Indications are the Development and Planning Services Department is short several planners necessary to manage current applications. Is staff making the concept of broader whole community planning absolutely muted? A district heating facility is key infrastructure to provide efficient and reliable heating, cooling, gray water recovery, sewage sampling, backup electricity, and telecommunications for logical redevelopment. Why was this not considered? Next slide. The vacant brownfield lot at the corner of Belmont and Union has an underground district utility facility. Beneath the Belmont lanes east and west, plus north and south end connectors, has an 800-meter utilities services loop. The pedestrian underground muse gives business owners 880 meters of high-tech enabled basement level frontage. The current BIA parking lot becomes an underground facility sized for all. This underground parking supports a BIA operated year-round market. The city acquires the landlocked parking lots adjacent to the Iron Horse Trail as much needed green space. The trail side and muse accessible area below this new Belmont East Parkette is BIA managed condo style businesses. The community gains a doubling of local green space and much enhancement to the vibrancy of Belmont Village, the trail, plus a Gildner Park green pond. Next slide. For the region community energy, a low-risk small-scale district utility facility managed by Kitchener Utilities, growing its capabilities. Next slide. For the applicant, a trail-facing row of small business condos and 73 meters of Muse Mall frontage. In conclusion, planning is not just responding to site-by-site requests, but a broader community engagement process long in advance of any development. Logical zoning and neighborhood-wide plans are needed to set future frameworks. Strategic initiative is not approving developers' profit-driven applications and zone change requests that redefine an existing village and local neighborhoods. Questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question. I've looked at what you've proposed, and I think it's a very comprehensive proposal, and clearly a lot of thought and expertise has been put into it. So as far as 660 Belmont, I mean, you're looking at a whole street proposal, right? What would you, I mean, maybe that can come out of the study that Councillor Johnston is proposing, but in the meantime, we've got this problem with, not this problem, we've got this proposal for 660 Belmont. What would you like to see happen there?
I would like to see the height being 4-6 stories. The bottom 4 to 6 stories of the building presented, wonderful, fits beautifully in the neighborhood. To sell the public lane and make it controlled by a developer, no, that's community space. I would like to see the developer's property the way he's proposed it, with a green parkette behind, above the Iron Horse Trail, and the developer having additional space underneath the mall that would be behind the building, with condos size businesses that could be, because they're accessible to the trail, you could have a window and a door. They could be businesses with a living quarters, something that would attract a different person to the community, something that would attract lots of businesses to the trail.
So you're afraid if we were to sell this, the trail or the laneway now, we close the door to a more comprehensive Belmont Village plan? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes, and we throw out the opportunity for a district energy plant. We won't have ground source heat pumps in the neighborhood. We won't have aggregation of wastewater to put into a redeveloped creek that flows into Victoria Park. There are so many things that were not considered for the neighborhood, for the city. What was considered when the developer presented it was, I make money, is what I saw.
Okay, I'm going to have to cut you off there, but I really appreciate you coming in and speaking to us, and I look forward to hearing more of your ideas.
I would love to present them in detail. It would take about a half an hour to an hour to do it effectively.
And we don't have that time tonight.
I understand.
Okay, well,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you very much for coming in. I don't see any other questions, so we'll move on to our next delegation. Max Summers, please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chairman Chapman. I don't live in Belmont Village. I'm one of those people that Councillor Johnston referred to as those who love Belmont Village. I'm not going to talk about height or density or the number of parking spots or the lack of parkland, because honestly, those problems are being addressed by others tonight. I have to commend the Zaire Group and the ABA architects especially, because that street level muse is an attractive feature. That's the kind of thing that would make me go back to Belmont Village even more. But what's being overlooked here is there's no room for families in this proposal. I read the staff report. Do you know how many times the word families is mentioned? It's not. But I believe that the planning staff and I share the same concerns about making space for families in this neighborhood. When staff asked the developers to revise their proposal and, I quote, provide larger multi-bedroom units within the building, what did they come back with? 42 bedroom units, 92 one bedroom, and 42 bedroom units. That's the proposal. Folks, do you really think we need another tower of 1 and 2 bedroom units? We all know we need to create more density, but intensification doesn't need to mean no families allowed. Intensification should mean the opposite, creating spaces for everyone to live. Where are parents with young children supposed to live? Where is the space for multi-generational families? You know, I've been watching since 7 o'clock, and a number of councillors tonight commended the developers of the Shanley Street property for including 3 bedroom units in their proposal. Wouldn't it be great to see more of these? Wouldn't it be great to build more homes for families in Belmont Village? To the folks from Zaire Group and ABA, please go back to the drawing board. Come back with something unique. Be bold. Create apartment condominiums that families can live in. Create homes where children, their parents, and grandparents could live together. 3, 4, 5 bedroom units. There is a market. Build for the future and make the units accessible. Make the bathrooms big enough to accommodate the turning radius of a wheelchair. Make sure there's an EV charging port at every parking spot. This is a one-of-a-kind parcel of land. Build something that people don't have to move out of once they're expecting their second child or mom or dad has to move in with them. Build for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I see there's a question from Councillor Davey. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Summers, for making your presentation. I've actually had lots of similar concerns to the ones you stated over the years in the broader scope of development. And I think at some point we're going to have to start looking at mandating the number of 3-bedroom apartments when we look at proposals like this. But in the interim, with the crisis that we're in, I'm just curious in your perspective. There's a delegate earlier that lived in the area that was taking up an existing home that was far too large for him. So sometimes I look at proposals like this and I think that, you know, there's a chain reaction that happens, and people that want to stay in the area that are perhaps in a larger expensive home want to move into a luxury condo, and that creates an opening for maybe not a first-time home buyer, but someone that's moving out of a first-time home buyer house to move into that Westmount area. So have you considered that sort of chain reaction step when you?
Yeah, I believe it was Mr. Hughes who made that comment, and I thought about that, and that's one home. And if you think about sort of our demographic pyramid, and I'm not a demographer, I'm a film producer, we have more younger families than we have older retired homes. So it's great that that's one home that's being freed up for a family with a couple of kids, but we need even more spaces. Where we're seeing our crisis in our local real estate market is in people looking for those 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom kind of places. And it's fantastic that there's going to be places for people to downsize to and stay in their own neighborhood. I mean, that's awesome. But we also need to make sure that we're actually building homes for people who not only have children, but who have parents.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you, Chairman.
Next, we have Derek Kohler.
Hello.
We're all aware of the housing crisis in KW. Intensification is clearly required both to increase housing supply and to help shift us toward a more sustainable form of city living. I speak only for myself, but suspect that there'd be less opposition to this proposal had the developer played by the standard rules and proposed an 8-story, 25-meter tall building. If you look at the current profile of buildings in Belmont Village, that would have already been a radical departure, but might have been seen as a genuine compromise that still meets the goal of intensification, unlike the proposal being considered today. Why has there been such vocal opposition to the proposed development? Because Belmont Village is special. It's an asset for all residents of KW, not just those who live in the immediate vicinity. Belmont Village makes our city more livable. As intensification continues, people are going to appreciate even more those few oases in the city that retain a village feel. In making this decision, the city needs to consider not just the small, affluent group of people who can afford to purchase the proposed luxury condos, but also residents throughout the city who shop and dine in the village. Shouldn't families who enjoy a weekend breakfast at the checkerboard followed by a stroll through the village receive as much consideration as the wealthy few who can afford to buy one of these condos, many of whom will likely be investors rather than residents? Doesn't the same go for residents who walk or bike the Iron Horse Trail? A key feature of what makes Belmont Village special is its size. It is small. Not only are its buildings low to the ground, but the village itself is only a short stretch of Belmont Avenue. These features really define what we mean by a village in the first place. So why build a tower of this size here? Why not just one block farther south? Not even one block, just a few lots down on the other side of Glasgow. The village is just a short stretch of Belmont, only a couple of blocks, and I don't think there would be anything like the level of opposition we're currently seeing to the development if it were proposed one block farther south. The planning department might say that they can't tell developers where to propose their projects. They can only consider proposals that are brought to them. And this one is for the former Detmer Tire property, so that's what they have to consider. Relatedly, many of those who are opposed to the development have worried about the precedent that would be set by approving it. It seems highly likely that other similar proposals will follow, with the possible consequence that much of Belmont Village, at least on the east side of the avenue, will be replaced with a row of high-rise buildings. Again, the planning department's response has been that each proposal will be evaluated on its own merits as they arrive, and that therefore, in this very narrow sense, no precedent is being set. I think it would be fair to ask, is this really planning, waiting for development proposals to come in and evaluating each on a case-by-case basis with little regard to the bigger picture of how such developments taken together will affect Belmont Village? Yes, there are broad city plans and zoning regulations, but there does not seem to be any vision or plan specifically for this village. So I really appreciate Councillor Johnston's suggestion that we look into something like that. That lack of imagination and vision is a real shame, particularly in light of the innovative community programming that has taken place at this location in the short time since Detmer Tire relocated. And now, if anything, the city's considering giving up even further on shaping development in Belmont Village by selling the publicly owned Belmont Lane, which otherwise could be used as leverage by the city in influencing plans for future development of Belmont Village. As I said earlier, I don't think anybody here today expressing opposition to this proposed development is opposed to the broader goal of intensification as a means of halting sprawl and meeting needs for affordable housing. Those are obviously urgent problems. But think of how short-sighted it is to treat this special stretch of Belmont, this village, as if it were no different than any other. The reason the developer can anticipate demand for luxury condos in this location is precisely because Belmont Village is special. Approving this development proposal and the others that will inevitably follow will chip away at what makes Belmont Village a village in the first place. No doubt there's demand for luxury condos in this special location, but the problem with accommodating that demand is the same as would be the case for approving condo development in the middle of a city park. After the dust clears and the construction noise fades, we find that what made the location attractive to developers in the first place has disappeared. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments and your presentation. I see Councillor Marsh, you have a question.
I do, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Kohler, for your presentation. I'm wondering if you can help me understand your perspective about the city's ability to use the laneway if we didn't sell it now, then how do you think it would be able to be utilized as a bargaining chip, as you kind of alluded to?
Well, it seems like it is one already, right? The proposal on this otherwise what seems like a quite small lot is only going to be allowed to be built upon to the scale the developer wants with use of the lane. They're assuming they're buying it. So that seems to me right there one argument for why the city would want to hold on to it. It gives them the ability to have more say. Like if something were going in there, if the city had an idea for something that was going in there, they could perhaps use their ownership of the lane as leverage to make it more likely that that would happen. Or if something were going in there that fit within the official plan, but was not seen desirable for some reason, or was being viewed as a missed opportunity, like this could be used for something better. Maybe the fact that the city owns the lane and that could make a difference in terms of what gets developed there could be sort of a helpful asset for the city to hold on to.
Right. Okay. But I mean, the reality is, as you know, the proponent is the owner of the two sides of the laneway. So I don't know who else would come forward with a different proposal. I'm trying to understand that point, but I get it. I get what you're saying, that it's, I get what you're saying, but I don't, practically speaking, I don't see how that could, how would that play out in a different way?
I guess we disagree.
No, I'm not trying to disagree with you. I just honestly, there's no other property owner that is adjacent. So I just don't understand what you're proposing.
Well, I think one of the previous delegation speakers had some suggestions for other ways. I'm not a planner, I'm not a developer, so I can't tell you
me
what
neither.
could be done there. Yeah.
And you're right. Yeah, there was some pretty creative drawings with one of the previous delegates that looked cool. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like those are all the questions we have for you tonight. So thank you so much for coming in. Our next delegation is John Hoffman, and I see you're in the room. You can begin.
Let me get my microphone. Sorry about that. Mayor Barry, council members, Madam Chair, thank you. I represent by proxy following individual, Fred Lauber, across the street from me at 16 Rock Avenue. He's been here for over 60 years. Larry Vaughn, who lives beside him in 20 Rock Avenue, been here for over 20 years. My wife and I, we've been here for 35 years on Rock Avenue number 15. Also, along with that, because they're away on vacation and they feel very passionate about the Belmont Street area, is Tara and Harold Schneider at 579 Glasgow. I mean, they moved here from Wellesley, Ontario, thinking of downsizing from their big house out in the country, and the attraction is the same as we have. We're part of a great neighborhood, this Belmont Village thing, and it functions really well with events and all kinds of different things. Compared to a dramatic development changes that are happening along the LRT, it's still a great little community. I can say that we do not oppose development along Belmont between Union and Glasgow. It's long been very respectful. Everyone uses it. There's a lot of people that come in from many different walks of life that come here, from friends of ours in Oakville. We go and visit them. They come down here. They love the atmosphere. The village was designed back in the 20s with the laneways as a functioning item, and it works well. I could say that people circulate all the laneways. I drive the laneway when I use the Tim Hortons or something like that. I'll park up on that side of Tim Hortons and walk around. I see no real reason to sell that laneway at all because it serves as a function for service route, for garbage pickup and ambulances and all the other services that use that street. There's plenty of examples around Ontario and around the world even on the village field. The 2- and 3-story high buildings with retail on the main floor, rear loading, beautiful places like we go to on a regular basis, Bayview Avenue in Toronto. There's about 5 blocks of Bayview Avenue that has the village feel. It's been there about the same length of time. You should see the millions of people that go there every year. The medium density developments that are down in Blue Mountain, Orangeville, Oakville, Hamilton, brand new downtown cores that are all designed around the same image as Belmont. I've been in the city all my life. Sheila and I moved 4 different times, ended up in Belmont Street area. As I said, we've been here for over 35 years. Before any approvals were considered, we'd like to see an apprehensive program put together, some type of development restriction of some sort of study before this development or any other development was ever put together. I feel it's imperative that a further study be done and this one halted. I've been in business for quite a while in this town, over 40 years in the business. There's places along King Street between William and Union that are selling at twice the value per square foot than what they're paid for that site on Belmont. They can make it go at 6-story buildings with underground parking. So there's no reason why Zaire can't put a 25-meter proposal together and still make money. Impossible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman, for coming and speaking to us. I see you've got a question from Councillor Gazzola. Go ahead.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for coming in and for your comments. I fully understand you're not opposed to change. You've been around with a lot of experience, all these places you mentioned. The only question I have, you mentioned the number of your neighbors. I'm trying to keep a scorecard here to see how things are going. Do the people you are representing, do they have the same viewpoints as you do?
They signed a proxy with me, agreeing with all my points.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much for coming in and have a good evening.
Thank you. It's tough to fit it in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know. And we still have quite a few to get through. So next we have Mike Newbigging, and I understand you have a PowerPoint presentation. Not sure if you're trying to speak, but you must be on mute because we don't hear anything.
Through the chair, my apologies. Zoom just flipped and I moved Mike back over as an attendee. He's coming back. Sarah, if you wouldn't mind starting the timer again.
Thank you.
Sorry, is that working now? I apologize for that.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thanks very much. I haven't got as much experience with Zoom as Teams and such, but thank you very much for the opportunity to make the presentation here this evening. My name is Mike Newbigging, and I've lived with my family in the Belmont area for 30 years. And a main draw for us, like many have said tonight, has been Belmont Village with its mixture of businesses, restaurants and services, apartments, and residential houses, as well as the surrounding houses. I think we all understand that it's a mixed development area and future intensification is warranted and desired. But the current, 43 odd meter high proposed development is just out of scale with the neighborhood and sets the wrong precedent for future development. And I think even tonight, some's already been discussed, with the corner of Union and Belmont. And I think this would set a precedent. Can I have the next slide, please? Belmont Avenue in the area, and has been talked about tonight. I've seen it defined as Upper and Lower Belmont. Lower Belmont being south of Glasgow and Upper Belmont north of Glasgow, and that being the area between Union and Glasgow. And this is often Belmont Village area. And the development is proposed for Upper Belmont. And according to the city's urban design manual back in 2012, Belmont Avenue corridor is an urban village, which we've heard a lot tonight in terms of village, that provides a diverse range of shops, offices, and services and housing, and strong pedestrian linkages to surrounding neighborhoods and an open space system. And in addition, the official plan promises intensification with appropriate transition from low-rise residence and conservation of existing neighborhoods and built heritage, which would appear to apply for that transition, which I think has also been stated tonight, between Upper and Lower Belmont. And of course, this development being in Upper Belmont. So according to that design manual, Upper Belmont would usually be maintained in the order of 2 to 5 stories in height, and Lower Belmont would be higher in the order of 3 to 8. This plan was highlighted at a city public meeting a number of years ago, of course, but it was sort of presented as a model. And I think it's been said tonight, the village is a bit of a model for mixed development areas in the city. And one of the areas at that time that was discussed was, the Lancaster Bridge area. Therefore, although the official plan does allow for obviously taller buildings, I think the proposed development is sort of out of scale for the village, and the previous goals for this and areas like it in the city would be impacted by that. Intensification is definitely warranted and needed, but more in line with the heights of existing buildings to avoid excess impacts on sun, shade, and wind. And the development needs to maintain that transition from low-rise buildings out to the more high intensity buildings, not just a great one in one spot that would set sort of a precedent. Next slide, please. So we're certainly looking at intensification. Oh, I guess the next slide as well. I guess I sort of skipped over that. We are looking for intensification that fits the existing village and doesn't overwhelm the area. And I think we see a lot of these in the city. I just happened to be walking around and took some pictures, and certainly ones at King and Allen and King and Louisa Street are sort of a more modest development that I think would fit very well into the sort of area Belmont Village. Next slide, please. I think other concerns have been discussed as well, and certainly there's a number of them: shade and sun, transportation and parking, and wind and weather. I sort of focused on the wind. Currently, as this slide that was in the wind study that was done for the area, there's no blue sort of levels of wind, but with the development, there's wind levels getting up to almost 29 kilometers an hour in the winter. And often, speeds of over 20 are often considered uncomfortable, and strong winds and inappropriate and can be nuisance sort of level for pedestrians. And so I think we'd want to avoid that. And I think it was raised tonight too, that this was based on modeling that was on a level playing field and did not account for the trail being lower. And we know that, there are issues with ice and wind along the trail, certainly in terms of places along there that are higher, including Bower Lofts and the trio on Belmont. Last slide. So Upper Belmont Village is a mixed community. It's been forwarded as a model for other areas in the city. And I think the current development just doesn't really meet that goal for the city and for other areas in the city of similar nature. And therefore, I think the height should be limited and the lane ownership used as a means to try and meet that. And something along a 5-story development, maybe up to 8, would be a better fit and would fit the future. And with that, I'd certainly like to thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for coming in and giving us your thoughts. I see there's one question, or there's Councillor Johnson has some questions, so go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. And Mike, great to see you. Thank you so much for making a presentation tonight. You have obviously done your homework, which I knew that you would. So this is This is wonderful. So, you're the only person so far tonight that has kind of commented on the wind piece. And it looks like you've really kind of taken a deeper dive into that. So maybe you could expand on that a little bit for us.
Well, certainly, obviously the numbers, the modeling for wind is done on a sort of a linear level. And so someone did mention the trail being lower. That can have an impact in terms of channeling the wind. And I guess I see it more, I look for other examples of what wind levels would be an impact. Because I certainly do find walking on the rail trail, which I do a lot, it is surprising that areas like Bauer Lofts, nice area, but it really does gust through there, and as well the trios on Belmont. So I guess it's not surprising that this development will have a definite impact on that regard.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because frankly, I wouldn't have thought about the lower, where it really is a lot lower than the trail's a lot lower there, and it isn't something that I would have considered there as well. So
that's true. It is unique, and I might be a bit tricky to model that. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for coming in, Mike. I appreciate it.
You bet. My pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I think that's the end of our questions. So we'll go on to our next delegation. Alex Bilak. Go ahead. You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to delegate. My name is Alex Bilak, and I appreciate the considerable endeavor and work that's gone into the proposal and process by all concerned. That certainly includes city staff as well as the ZARE group, whose video presentation today I found quite helpful. I'm also got to say that I was humbled by the erudition of many of today's presenters and the points that they've made. And I'd like to preface my comments by saying that I think that the report before you does a disservice to the breadth of collected public input. And I certainly hope that Council appreciates the number of submissions related to the project and the thoughtful, constructive tone of many of the responses. And I hope that you factor that into any decisions, and that includes the councillor whose dismissive recent Twitter comment yesterday appeared unhelpful and as if their mind was made up. In speaking to a friend recently about this whole issue, he told me it was so pleasant to return to Estevan Village in Oak Bay, Victoria, BC. Check it out because it looks a lot like Belmont Village. And he said, and he found the character the same after half a century. He said his enjoyment of it took him back to the place for a number of lunches, each time bringing a guest. He mused as to whether that was as valuable as increased densification and tax base, saying, guessed it depended on whether there was a long-term plan for the area and what values we seek to enshrine. What he said resonates with me. I'm a Waterloo resident, having come to Canada in the late 70s to study at U of W. My first date with my wife about 35 years ago was in a restaurant in Belmont Village, which we found had happily changed very little over the 2.5 decades we'd spent in other parts of Canada before coming back. So I often frequent Belmont Village from the shops of the Belmont block, which we've taken to be Glasgow to Union, and which is what we're really discussing here, all the way to the other taller buildings on the other side of Glasgow that house a variety of medical facilities and residential tower blocks. Though the village is not an official heritage district, it certainly has an attractive and distinct community aspect that draws people to it. I'm a food writer in the region, and I've visited much of the region writing about places to eat. I can confirm with confidence that the village has a wonderful, warm vibe that's rare, if not unique, in our community. I often recommend it to visitors to Waterloo Region as a spot to visit and spend some downtime. So in essence, all of this comes down to vision. And in that regard, I certainly welcome Councillor Johnston's proposed motion on the development of a village of a vision for Belmont Village. For me, I see the proposed height of the building as intrusive and apt to change the character of the area for the worse. And I understand that the city may elect to consider increases to the permitted building height of up to 50%, but developers routinely appear to push the envelope seeking official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. Now, while I personally prefer not to see any towers on Belmont Block between Glasgow and Union, I can accept a building proposal that respects the fundamental character of the village and the 25-meter height parameter. We've now heard that technically the building, the project squeezes in just under the current city height parameters, so long as you don't count a technical flaw and so long as the developer acquires the laneway from the city. The staff recommendation also states it's not anticipated that this would be adverse in nature. While that may be true for a single building, the cumulative effects of the development, including those that will inevitably follow, must be considered. So a long-term plan for the village should also be developed. And as confirmed today, developers own other properties on the block. Once a precedent is set, all developers will insist on whatever height is allowed as the new minimum baseline, and they'll quickly be asking for further exceptions. Perhaps councillors should have asked the Zaire Group what the longer-term village is for 768 Belmont, another tower. So I believe, absent a long-term vision and plan for the village, the ultimate negative outcome will be far greater than the sum of the individual elements. One cannot rely on a case-by-case analysis and should consider how cumulative impacts will be dealt with from the outset, particularly when dealing with a situation as exceptional as the village. So in conclusion, building a disproportionately tall tower in what is truly akin to a small village will do a disservice to the region, serving to further homogenize our city. It will irreversibly remove an asset rather than enhancing a regional gem. Thank you very much for your attention, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a quick question. Without going into a lot of detail, it sounds like you get around the region a lot for the work that you do. Are you familiar with any other villages similar to Belmont Village?
If you take Elora, that is a huge tourist draw in its own. You take St. Jacob's Village. Can you imagine having your first date with your partner and then coming back 30 years to find that St. Jacob's has got a 43-meter tower in the middle of it? I think that those would be two very good examples of something with a village feel, but there's nothing in an urban setting that I'm aware of, apart from, for example, some of the new built environments around Williamsburg, Plaza, which try to emulate that little feel, but they lack the charm. This is a unique gem.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you, it's a pleasure.
Okay, next we have Mr. Ernie Ginsler.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Just by way of introducing myself, I taught at the UW Planning School for 5 years. And I also taught graduate courses in social policy and planning for the Laurier Faculty of Social Work for 10 years. So I have a background in analysis of what works in communities and what doesn't work in communities. I don't want to repeat what's been said 5 or 10 times already. So I will summarize my main point by saying that I agree with the many people who believe that the proposed height of the building is far out of balance with the village. It just feels like a sore thumb sticking up out of the ground. So rather than talk about those kinds of things, I'd like to make a suggestion. Many of the people in our neighborhood are aging. And one of the things that we know about how to live well when you're elderly is the best way is to remain in your home or something like your home. But that requires that some amenities be different than in the proposed building. And quite frankly, if the building was to be shorter and had what I'm about to list, I probably at some point give serious consideration to stop worrying about going up and down the stairs when that becomes much more difficult, and finding somebody to clear the sidewalk and all those kinds of things. But I heard nothing from the proponents about making the units accessible. And in order to age in place, you often need accessible details. You need to be able to turn your wheelchair around in the washroom. You need to be able to have a lower counter to prepare meals if you're in a wheelchair. Things like that. You want enough bedrooms and dens to have your kids and your grandchildren over and to have them stay over. I haven't heard that the proponents have any plans to do that kind of thing. The family units, the family visitors are very important. And finally, I think it's reasonable to expect that if the proposal goes through as is, the height of this first building is just going to be the starting point for the next building down the street, which will be the starting point for the next higher building down the street. And before you know it, you have a condo condos on both sides of the street, shutting off everybody from the outside. So those are my comments, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
No, thank you for coming in and taking your time and waiting your turn. I see you've got a question from Councillor Johnston.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Gensler, for coming in tonight. I really appreciate your perspective, actually. You know what, it's not so much a question. I appreciate you bringing up the aging in place piece and how we need to be thinking about different types of housing for everyone. And you're right, there are a number of people perhaps in the Westmount neighborhood who would appreciate I guess some thought geared to that as well. So not really a question, just a comment and a thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnston. I see Mayor Bivanovic, you have a question?
Yes, thanks a lot, Chair Chapman, and thanks certainly for coming in today. For those members of council who don't know, Mr. Gensler is actually a member of Mayor's Advisory Committee for Kitchener Seniors, and so I'm not surprised and pleased to hear you advocating around aging in place and the importance of that. And it really builds on the comments of one of the earlier delegations as well, who was talking about their home becoming too big for them and looking to stay living in the village, but in something that's more appropriate for them at this stage in their lives. I'm just really wondering how much do you think that's a factor for people in the village? I mean, obviously, I'm sure some of your social network is, with people in the neighborhood and so on. And, what do you think the appeal of something like that with the right amenities in the village might be for that group?
Well, I know as my wife and I walk around, we have a dog, and we walk around and we see other people who live close by in the neighborhood who have dogs, and we talk about things like this. Nobody wants to leave the village. nobody wants to leave their homes, but realistically, they know that the stairs are potentially a big problem, that kind of thing. And certainly from our point of view, and I think I speak for many of them, being able to move into a place in the village that accommodates more than just 1 or 2 bedrooms, so that you can have your own bedroom and have your kids and grandchildren over, that kind of thing, is really important. But if you're going to stay in place in that condo, then you need to be able to expect that if you're in a wheelchair, there will be wheelchair designed washrooms. It's the width of the doorways and those kinds of things. If you love cooking, you can't cook when you're like that in a wheelchair. There needs to be an allowance for lower counters for those kinds of clients, those kinds of residents. Things like that. So maybe having more of them at the lower floors of the building, so that if the building has to be emptied out for some dramatic reason, you can get down the stairs with some help, as opposed to trying to get down the stairs from 10 floors up. But I would think that the proponents could find affordable ways to ensure that people who would love to be in a building like what's being proposed on a lower scale could do that effectively.
Okay, no, that's really interesting, because particularly in the construction phase, looking at some units like that with 36-inch doors as opposed to 30 or 32 is probably relatively easy with little cost differential, but makes a world of difference for folks who are looking for that kind of accommodation. I know that in there was certainly a move afoot in some greenfield developments in recent years, and I believe it was Huron Woods developments in Councillor Galloway Seelock's ward, I think, that had some, or maybe it was Councillor Michaud's ward, who did some visitable units, and it was really getting at those kinds of things. So that might be something to explore. Thank you for coming in and raising that issue tonight, Ernie.
My pleasure.
Yes.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming, and have a good evening. Next, we have Jeffrey Laflamme. Good evening, Jeffrey. Go ahead whenever you're ready. You seem to be on mute. Go ahead. Still can't hear you. No, the sound isn't coming through. Do you have headphones? If you disconnect your headphones, it might work better. Sometimes that happens. Okay, I think we're going to go on to the next person. If you want to log out and come back in, it might correct the problem. And I'll ask the clerk to put Mr. Laflamme in sequence after our next delegation, Curtis McBride, if you'd like to go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'll keep my remarks quick because I know it's getting late and I'm sure everybody wants to move on. Curtis McBride. I run a company called MyVision Technologies in town, and I'm also one of the partners that helped put the Catalyst 137 project together. That's right across the street from the proposed development. MyVision's about a 250-person technology company, and if you were to add up all of the employees, notwithstanding that we're all not in the office these days, but if you were to add up all the employees that are based out of the Catalyst 137 building, there's probably somewhere around 1,200 technology workers that are right across the street from this proposed development. One of the reasons that MyVision chose to move into the area, and a number of other companies, including recently Desire to Learn, choosing to move across to Belmont, is just how much the Belmont Village area has to offer for the modern technology worker. You can imagine that attracting talent these days is really challenging. We're competing in a global talent market, and a big thing that people look for is to be able to work, live, shop, dine, all kind of in close proximity. They want to be able to ride the Iron Horse to work. They want to be able to walk to a restaurant at lunch, do shopping on their way home before they go back to their homes. And so while employees of my company and a lot of the companies that are in Catalyst 137, we don't necessarily live in Belmont Village. We do spend the majority of our waking hours in the village, and I would consider, myself, who spends a lot of time there. I'm actually in Catalyst right now, so spends a lot of time there, as do my staff. As much stakeholders of this community as the folks that live there. I think the thoughtfulness that the Zaire Group has put forward in putting this project together, with the ground level retail, restaurants, the grocery store. I can speak for myself and for my staff to say that this would be a huge asset for the area. Make that area that much more attractive to bring that kind of choice. The other big thing is, like I mentioned, people want to live close to where they work, and the kind of development that this represents, notwithstanding some of the comments about development being more focused on family living, but the kind of folks that end up working for companies like MyVision, are very attracted to these kinds of housing projects. I think in a world where I'm trying to take every advantage I can to attract the kind of talent that I need to grow my company. I know companies like Desire to Learn, same boat. We're competing globally for talent. A project like this makes a huge difference in terms of our ability to attract and retain the kind of talent that we need to grow our businesses. I think Belmont Village has a huge potential. I think Belmont Village has always been, going back to when Catalyst 137 was a tire factory. I think Belmont Village has always kind of been, at the nexus of industry and residential living. And I think that this development is in the same way that Catalyst 137 was a revitalization of that heritage. I think this development is sort of a modern day take on that heritage as well. So I fully support this project as proposed, and I would encourage council to do the same.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And we do have a couple questions. Councillor Singh, do you want to go ahead, please?
Yeah, thank you Curtis for coming forward. As an employer in the neighborhood, it's very important for us to be able to hear that about job attraction and talent attraction on an economic development perspective, beyond just, the development consideration, ensuring that we have the right type of housing stock ends up playing a key factor in our decision making. I think through your comments, you did touch on, why this development may be, sound development in perspective to, the interest of tech workers that are close by. Can you also speak to the ask of the younger generation that don't necessarily want to commute, and they want housing options to be within walking distance, and how that plays in relation to the talent attraction, not even talent attraction, but more importantly, talent retention. That seems to be the bigger problem these days. It's not necessarily the attraction. I think we have enough talent here, but it's hard to keep talent within the community instead of them going outwards once they obtained a certain level of experience here. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we started, we started in the Accelerator Center, but we had an office down Manitou and Bleams, like the south end of Kitchener, for a long time. It was a great location, but it was very hard, to your point, to both attract and retain the kind of talent that you need to grow a technology business. And part of why we got involved in the Catalyst 137 development and help that move forward was because we needed a place where, you know, in the case of MyVision, a hardware business could be resident, could drive a transport truck up to the back of our building to ship things, but could also attract the kind of software and sales talent that we needed to be in the area. And I think your question is spot on. You know, people want to be able to, whether it's, you know, I have folks that bike to work, you know, 12 months of the year, lots of folks that walk to work, and then even the ones that drive from slightly out of the area, you know, want to be able to walk at lunch and go, you know, grab lunch and things like that. So having amenities, having choice close by, which this development is promoting, I think goes a long way towards making a place where people want to come to work.
So the other thing as I looked at this application was, you know, apart from obviously some of the opposition that the neighborhood has had, seeing what potentially some positives that this development could bring, apart from the housing stock and talent attraction and employment, but the main floor commercial consideration. Would you say that Belmont Village has everything that it needs to have to be able to attract the diversity of talent that you try to draw on? Or do you think having additional commercial space that's more dynamic, that will only help to broaden that interest in the village?
Yeah, I mean, you figure, I mean, you spend 5 days a week there, you know, times however many weekdays there are in the year, that's a lot of lunches. So choice is always welcome. There are great restaurants, you know, Jan and Lynn's is there, Arabella's is there. There's you know, all sorts great Indian food. There's all sorts of choices already in the village, so that's not to take away at all from any of those options. But you know, having 3 more restaurants in the area would nearly double the number of restaurants, a cafe, and then the grocery store, I think is a great amenity for folks that you know, might just want to pick something up on the way home. So I think all those things, you know, play to, again, like whenever this crazy zombie apocalypse that we find ourselves in ends, you know, you're going to have 1,200 tech workers that haven't been able to socialize for 2 years. They're going to want to get out in the world, and I think this is a great opportunity for the people that are in Catalyst 137 to get out and experience their community.
Okay, thank you for your perspectives. Appreciate it.
For your questions. Next, we have Mayor Urbanovic.
Thanks, Chair Chapman, and Curtis, thanks for coming in this evening, and congratulations to you and the team. I can remember a few short years ago when we were walking through what was an old warehouse, and you recently just hit 100% fully leased in terms of Catalyst. So that's wonderful, wonderful news. I just want to explore a little further on the sort of that housing piece. And, you know, part of what we're hearing is that units like this are missing sort of the family component. And I'm wondering sort of your take on that, or would your employees sort of be looking more at the overall neighborhood? So, you know, once they're out of university and starting out, they might be looking at a 1-bedroom in a condo like this, or maybe, you know, as they get married and have their first child, look at a 2-bedroom, and then, you know, as their family grows, perhaps actually move into one of the single family homes in the neighborhood. And so is it that broader ecosystem of housing that's important, as opposed to necessarily seeing all the solutions right in a building like this?
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Like there's a number of my staff that live in, you know, 1- and 2-bedroom condos. Some are married, some that are just starting out with with young families. You know, it's true at some point if you want to, you know, sort of graduate from condo living, and you might want to move to a single family home. But even that, we're seeing more and more with the prices of housing, I think has gone up like 17%. I saw the other day since December. I mean, it's getting harder and harder, and it's forcing people to think about sort of what kind of lifestyle that they want, even when they do have families. So yeah, I think it's fair to say that one building should solve all of the housing requirements, but I think this adds to the stock in a part of the city that people want to be in, right? Like the Westmount, Belmont. It's a sought after area, and if we can add a number of housing options for for people that want to live in that kind of environment, I think it's great.
Great. Thanks again. Really appreciate your insights.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for coming in. And there are no more questions. Have a good evening. We'll go back to Jeffrey Laflamme. I see you've come back. Let's try again. I think you're muted. Go ahead. No, we still can't hear you. So I don't know what else to suggest unless the clerk has any suggestions on things he might try.
Madam Chair, potentially what staff could do is send Mr. Laflamme the phone number, and he can call in.
Okay, good
and
idea.
use the voice option of Zoom, or failing that, he could maybe share with us in writing.
Okay, yes, so Madam Clerk, if you could try that, and we'll go on to the next delegation. Jeffrey McIntyre. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. How are you? My name is Jeff McIntyre. I reside on Gildner Street in Kitchener. I also have an office at Catalyst 137, and I've spent years volunteering and working towards the creation of a city that is future ready. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to speak this evening in full support of the proposed project at 660 Belmont, and encourage you to accept the proposal put forth. I applaud the ZARE group for their vision to continue to build a better community now, and particularly for future residents. I felt it important to share my thoughts on this project, so you hear my words. Not everyone is opposed to this project. And I will go as far as even say an unpopular position. I personally would like to see more projects like this in Belmont Village. And I know that's going to make some people shudder. When my wife Lisa Wetzler and I moved back to the city in 2014, we left a 100-acre farm, and we intentionally chose an area that we thought had what we wanted at the time, but most importantly, what we needed for the future. We wanted access to uptown and downtown, parks, trails, transportation, restaurants, shop, and housing options. This area, although by no means perfect, was the best choice at the time. We walked through the village a few times a day. And in my opinion, what we see is empty space. There are peak times where there's an energy, but for the most part, it's quiet. And again, in my personal opinion, I believe the village is tired, and I think it needs to get ready for the future. I've shared many people my thoughts about a better village, and whether it be beers at Arabella or anywhere else. I would love to have seen it methodically being taken down, building by building, and rebuilt with newer buildings, but more importantly, more residential options above those businesses. With a project like this, there's always going to be some give and take. There also should be an understanding of why people do things that they do. And there'll be decisions that are going to be made, and the result of those decisions will be consequences. And if we look at Belmont Village, if we don't change anything, there will be consequences, and the consequences could be dire. It could include the demise of the village as it stands, or an exodus of failed businesses. I spoke to a lot of businesses. I took my time and talked to a number of people. And as recently as this evening, I went for a walk. And everyone that I talked to, every business supports this. People, they need revenue. People and customers drive revenue. And I think it's mission critical for the future. So why do I support 660 Belmont and more projects like this? Belmont Village, in my opinion, is great when it's great. Festivals, patios, and energy exist, but it's rare. With strategic development, this could be the vibe all the time. And again, this could make a lot of people shake, but I think this is my voice, and this is what I want. I'd like to see more people living here, more customers, and ultimately more businesses opening in Belmont. So I don't need to get in the car to go get my stuff. I support the village, but it lacks most of the things that I need on a day-to-day basis. And future readying this would be significant and make some changes. And there's also a lack of places for my wife and I to move and stay here when we ultimately surrender our single family home to a young family and we look for a smaller maintenance-free place to live. So Belmont Village is unique, and in order for it to stay unique, it needs to change and be accepting of future population. The future population, where no car is more important than a driveway, where higher density controls sprawl, where better access transportation is easy and seamless, where you don't need to leave your life stages, but where you can live for an extended period of time. You know, I encourage everyone to be bold and think of the future, not to be held back by those that don't want to see change. There are many people that have lived here for years and they've benefited from the charm that is Belmont Village, but it is not perfect. And as it stands, I'm not certain it's survivable. Are there consequences of no change that are worse than that of progress? Sure. It's time to move forward and make one of the best places in the region better for the future residents of the village. I'd like to stay here, and 660 Belmont affords me that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You've got a number of questions here. We'll start with Mayor Brbanovic. Go ahead.
Thanks, and thanks, Jeff, for coming in this evening and sharing those perspectives. You know, I think it's really important that we hear from the full breadth of perspectives of people who both live and want to do business in the village. I guess my real question for you, I mean, obviously you're supportive of this application, but how do you feel about I don't know if you had a chance to hear what Councillor Johnston's comments were right at the beginning of the meeting tonight in terms of having this broader discussion to develop that shared vision for the community outside of any particular application process. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that would be helpful?
I appreciate it, but at the same time, there's an opportunity in front of us and there's a demand, in my opinion. And again, it's only one person or two, including my wife. So processes like that inevitably take time, and time is the right thing in many instances. However, putting a halt on things to stop progress when there's a desire and a need for something is part of it. I don't know how long that would take, but I don't believe that project should be derailed for that much longer.
Yeah, and to be clear, Councillor Johnston's motion, they're really two separate issues. One, you know, this council will deal with this application as one issue, and then secondly would be this proposed process, which would really guide the work for future, you know, redevelopment in the village.
Yeah, and I would encourage that for sure. I mean, we're going to get the vocal minority. You know, I mean, there's going to be three sides to this whole project, and you do the same thing, you're going to have the same kind of input, right? Where you're going to have those that are opposed vehemently for every reason. You're going to have those that don't speak up, and you're going to have those in the middle that are indifferent. But I certainly appreciate that proposal and that process.
Great, thanks. Appreciate your input.
Thanks.
Thank you for your question. Councillor Johnston, you're next.
Thank you. And yeah, Jeff, I was actually going to ask you the same thing, because I think it's that's why I propose that we have a community conversation. Mayor Brbanovic is right in that it's not it won't stop us from dealing with what's here, but give people another venue to be able to talk about what they would like to see in the future. And I would love to see all the different opinions, or all opinions, I should say. I don't want to make it sound like that, but all opinions participating in this as well. So thanks so much for coming in tonight, Jeff. Always great to hear from you. Thanks.
Pleasure.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for coming in. Next we have is Madame Clerk, is Jeff Laflamme back in, or?
It doesn't appear that way just yet.
Okay, so we'll go to our next delegation, Linda Oliver, if you'd like to go ahead. I saw her a moment ago. Go ahead. Are
Good
you there?
evening, Mayor. Good evening, Chair Chapman, Mr. Mayor, and councillors. How many of you remember the old City Hall Square in downtown Kitchener? It's an excellent example of what happens to a place when the elements that make a place special are ignored, when citizens' voices are ignored, and developers are given a free rein. Certainly, the old City Hall Square needed developing, but we lost what was special and unique about the square. We also lost some heritage. Belmont Village is currently in the same position. There are elements in the village that make it special. The wide open avenue lined with trees, the angle parking, the eclectic buildings, the unique owner-operated businesses. The original design of Belmont Village has stood I am not. Can people hear me? Yes, they can.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My husband was saying in the background that he couldn't hear me. The original design of Belmont Village has stood the test of time, with lanes behind the buildings to service the businesses, keeping service trucks and garbage bins away from the storefronts. Did you know that our Member of Parliament, Mike Morris, reported in his January newsletter that Belmont Village is recognized by the federal government as a place where people like to visit, and so it is receiving funding to attract more visitors. If the proposed high-rise at 660 Belmont is allowed to go ahead, it will be the beginning of the death of the village. What makes a village special will be lost. Buildings as high or higher will line the entire east side, and future councils will be powerless to stop these high-rises. The village will be no longer be a popular destination because it will become a canyon of concrete walls, a wind tunnel with little room for trees and sunlight. The reasons for visiting will have been destroyed. Yes, Belmont Village needs development, but responsible development. Yes, the city needs intensification, but well thought out intensification. Intensification does not always equal high-rise buildings. Currently, 0 people live at 660 Belmont. So any development that provides residences will result in infinitely more people living there than now. In order to build the proposed high-rise, the developer needs to buy a portion of the publicly owned Belmont Lane East. The lane is an integral part of what makes the village unique. I would never describe this lane as surplus land, as it has been in wide use since Belmont Village existed and continues to be in use today. If the city no longer owns the lane, then public use of the lane cannot be guaranteed, and possible future uses of the lane will be lost. Public property is becoming more valuable every day as the city intensifies. Most importantly, if the developer does not own the lane, he cannot build such a huge building that is not compatible with the village, nor can the developer rush off to the Ontario Land Tribunal when the council turns down this proposal. I oppose the sale of the land for these reasons. This development does not benefit the neighborhood. This high-rise building fills the entire site, including a parking structure built beneath the lane. There is no room for trees, lawn, or park space, unlike the other high-rise developments in this area. The Iron Horse Trail does not need more entry places. There are 8 entry places to the Iron Horse Trail between Union and Glasgow Street. The public thoroughfare provides us the public thoroughfare provided is a narrow, dark, windswept mews to the north of the building, not good enough. According to the developer, the street-facing facade of this building will be bathed in sunshine in the afternoon, but no mention of the immense, long, dark shadow cast on the Iron Horse Trail, the playground, the basketball court, the seniors' community gardens in our small Gildner Green Park. The houses on the lower portion of Gildner and Wood Streets will also be in shadow early in the day. Even with the enormous size of this development, there are no family units despite nearby schools, shopping, playgrounds, public transportation, off-road bike path. Family units have been identified as a need within our city. There's no commitment to environmental sustainability. In conclusion, this developer knew the bylaws when the property was purchased, yet has assumed that the bylaws don't apply to him. This leaves the neighbors feeling those with money and influence can build as high and as wide as they want, and nobody will stand in their way. I am asking you, please enforce the current bylaw. Maintain the original successful design of the village by not selling the lane. This will result in compatible intensification as well as ensuring the village is not destroyed, but remains a unique place within our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions. I just wanted to thank you for reminding us that, oh, I see a hand. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Marsh, and then I'll.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, thanks for bringing up the Ms. Oliver, the fact that Belmont Village was named as an important, urban center. That funding was actually provided thanks to our staff putting in an application. So it's not just for Belmont, but it'll be for other urban core areas. So I just wanted to point that out, and thanks for highlighting that. We'll look forward to seeing the business owners of Belmont and other business owners in other areas receive supports to try to work on our economic recovery as we climb out of this pandemic. Yeah, and thank you so much for all the details in your presentation.
You're welcome.
So I just wanted to thank you for reminding us that, maybe the proposal designates the laneway as public space, but as you say, there's no guarantee that that would always remain public space, but which I think is interesting to think about as well. So thank you very much for coming in.
You're welcome.
Okay, see Jeff Laflamme, you're back. Shall we try once more?
Through the chair, I can confirm that he's attempting to call in, so he hasn't called in at this moment. So.
Okay, then we'll go on to our next delegation, Ruth Cruikshank, if you'd like to go ahead. You're on mute.
Lost it.
Okay, we can hear you now.
You can hear me, but I can't see anyone. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can see your presentation.
You can see me and everything. Okay, well, let me just see if I can, I think I can now go ahead. I don't need the slides yet, whoever is managing slides. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for all the councillors who have hung in for a very long set of delegations on such an important development. I'm a retired business prof from Wilfrid Laurier. I live not in the village, I live closer to Westmount, know the area well, and I've really appreciated every delegation and all of the hard work that's gone into this. I have 3 points I want to make, and hopefully we'll be able to finish a little bit early because I know how late the hour is. First, I want to just jump on Jeff McIntyre's enthusiastic promotion of Belmont Village and support intensification, new housing, and new commercial development in Belmont Village. I don't really agree with him about this particular proposal entirely, but I think that's a great way to think about the future of the village, to keep it as a vibrant and growing place in our city. Second, however, I want to awaken especially councillors who were unsure why residents or neighbors might be concerned about a couple of extra floors in a large building. And I wanted to explain that a little just by showing one of the resource documents that was included in the meeting package, and that is the massing views from the meeting. If you can just bring up the next slide, which shows this building, not with no bells and whistles, no trees, out front, no frolicking children, no additions to the color of the area. But you can just see, especially the street side massing of the building, and the reason why it makes such an impact and is so difficult for many to fit with the current environment. It's not to say that it can't ever, But for urban villages like ours, like Belmont, and like many other in-city villages, streetscape height is a big determinant of the sense of intimacy. And this really hits you in the face with this building. Scale matters for urban villages. Google urban villages sometime. There's lots of great studies been done about this and about what dimensions are especially important with urban villages. Street side scale and height is one, and in general, mass and scale of buildings is another factor for success of villages inside cities. I will also, if you just move to the next slide, please. The other scale thing that is worth noting in the pile of very important documents we were sent is just how this fits not just on Belmont, but with the area in general. And you can see that the scale of this building fitting much more easily, maybe with King Street buildings, although many of them at the moment are much lower than this one, more easily than it does with the buildings in the neighborhood. I feel it's important to focus on the massing diagrams to understand reaction to this kind of growth, as opposed to necessarily looking only at developer diagrams with a more intimate scale. Thanks very much. I don't need any more of these diagrams. They're in everybody's package. You can go and have a look at them. This is why, however, you'll see a real concern about moving outside of the current official plan limits for this size of building. And I understand it. I think it is something our council is, and I'm sure will be extremely careful before moving ahead of the current official plan. Third thing I want to mention tonight, just quickly, is my really big reaction to this proposal was the lack of vision for the village as a whole. I actually word searched the document, not having even spoken to Councillor Marsh about a study on this. There's no mention in the planning, our planner's staff documents about the overall village vision. And if we look at that mass diagram and add 2 or 3 or 4 more buildings of similar size into that those mass blocks, you can see why it's so important to have a sense of vision before we proceed with, especially outside of our current plan. So I really appreciate the idea of moving ahead with a new vision for the village. I think it's absolutely absent in our current staff reports. And I think because of that, we're seeing slide in and out of a small village into a medium-sized village, into a tall building, high-rise village. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for coming in. Councillor Marsh, I saw you had your hand up. No questions? No? Okay, I don't see any questions. So thank you so much for coming in and for sharing those diagrams with us. Have a good evening. So next we have Jeff is Laflamme.
Jeff has joined the meeting. Jeff, you should be able to unmute yourself now over the phone.
Not hearing anything yet.
Or
Okay.
Jeff, are you able to unmute yourself? *6 on the phone. Through you, Councillor Chapman, it doesn't appear that the unmute has worked at this moment, so I will send him another quick email. He is in the meeting, I believe. And oh, Jeff, are you able to? I just saw you unmute yourself. I can send him a further email. It doesn't appear to be working, and there's a possibility that if we can't get him connected this evening, that we can get him connected on Wednesday. So I will continue to try if you want to move on to the next delegation.
Okay, thank you very much. It's almost 11 o'clock, so before we go to the next delegation, can we have a motion to continue for until midnight. Just to tell you, we have 4 more delegations registered to go today. So if I can get a motion for that. Councillor Marsh, seconded. Well, okay, and all those in favor? Opposed? So that passes. I see Jeff, you're there. Do you want to try to unmute yourself and you can go next?
Through your Councillor Chapman, I'm still in the process of sending him an email, so you might want to hear from Kevin while we work through the technical items.
Not a problem. Thank you. So yes, Kevin, thank you for waiting. You can go ahead now.
Okay, I think I'm now unmuted.
Yes, go
Can you
ahead.
hear me okay? And thanks for continuing into a marathon session. So you can see my slides okay now, right? Anyways, my focus is Belmont Village as to whether it's going to be a diverse or a higher income community. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present my opposition to the application as proposed or as designed. But along the way, I'd like to thank city staff for their assistance and various sessions that they've done along the way, and their documentation has certainly been assisted me to understand the process. I've been a resident of Ward 8 for over 30 years, and my residence is about 500 meters from 660 Belmont West. Next slide, please. The planning staff in their document that was presented or released on from January, dated January 14th, the planning staff was asked the applicant to revise the concept. And two of the points in that request was to provide affordable housing units as part of this development. The response from the applicant was the funding for Menno Homes project of $250,000. I question how sufficient that is. How many multi-bedroom family units can be produced with $250,000 at present building prices? Is it, one? I think the question was raised by someone else earlier this evening, and maybe Dawn from Menno Homes will have that answer. But I suspect it's not going to be very many. And the thing is, it's 5 kilometers away. I say Lancaster Street on my slide, but I actually specifically, I think it's on Bridgeport next to Lancaster Street. So it's 5 kilometers away from the village. So it's really not part of the village. And the other thing that staff asked of the developer was to provide a larger multi-bedroom units within the building. And the response from the developer is that there are no 3-bedroom units. I thought it was interesting to hear about the other development this evening, how that developer was being progressive and providing 3-bedroom units. So all we're going to have is 1 and 2-bedroom units. Next slide, please. So as proposed, the building seems ideal for young professionals, higher income retirees, and I suppose Airbnb investors. This development will serve as a template for developers along this section of Belmont Avenue. So where will the lower income Belmont Village workers live? Are we saying that they now have to live on Lancaster Street? I've been a resident, as I say, for a number of years And I've certainly seen the evolution of the village and this area. There used to be rubber workers that lived a couple of doors down the street from me. I'm on Union Boulevard. They're not rubber workers, and I appreciate that the times have changed and we now have technology workers, but we don't have cleaners living in the houses nearby. If you go down towards Essen Street, the houses that are being torn down they're not houses built, or they were houses built for people with lower incomes. But now they're being replaced with houses that are definitely not for lower income people. So where are these lower income Belmont Village workers going to live? And it seems we're saying basically Lancaster Street needs to be your location. Evidently, they're not wanted in the village by the applicant and developers. And I think I've run out of time. So thank you very much.
Okay, I can't see the clock, so I guess.
Inevitably, I couldn't either.
Okay, thank you for your
I
presentation.
think the community can do better. And I implore the council to reject this until there's provisions for multi space for families.
Okay, thank you. I see we have a couple questions for you. Councillor Davey, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to highlight a couple of things if I could. First, I wanted to make sure you're aware that developers, as it stands right now, we don't have any policies to force any affordable housing, or so basically the developer in the situation is under no obligation to provide the $250,000 at all. Are you aware of that?
And I can appreciate, and I think that's not necessarily a criticism of the developer. I think it's a criticism of the development. And I think if this becomes the template for Belmont Village, my concern is that, is the clerk at Rexall Pharmacy, are they potentially going to be able to live in the village, or they'd have to live in Lancaster Street? Now, personally, I'm not one of the people that's going to want to live in Belmont Village then. I'm going to want to move over to Lancaster Street. I like a diverse community. I like to be in a place where I have neighbors who can maybe fix a car. I don't like living in a community that's becoming an absent community. People are buying houses, they don't live in them. They live in their cottages. I mean, we're talking, and I know what the architect talked about, adding life to the community. They're taking life away from the community if they don't have diversity. They're not going to be living, the people are going to be in those units, and I see it happening in the houses around us. They're there a few months, but they're off to the cottage, or they're off, when we can travel, they're off somewhere else. They're very sterile homes. They're just sterile. They're not around. They're empty. How many houses in this community are now empty?
Yeah, that's a question we don't quite know the answer to. Thank you.
Anyway, that's a big issue, I know. But I appreciate. I think the developers moved a long way along. As far as really the only hang up I now have is that there's not multi-space in the development.
Okay, there's another question for you. Councillor Schneider, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for coming in. You made some points about, the former rubber workers, and that factory is now, we had someone in who works there, who was talking about needing, those people needing a place to live. And that adds diversity and would add diversity and energy in that neighborhood. So what do you say to those people who need a place to live that would work in one of those businesses at Catalyst 137?
what do I say for them where they're looking to live?
Well,
Tri-
you mentioned that there were people that living in that, in the area when it was a rubber factory. Now it's not a rubber factory anymore. It's a business
Sure,
incubator.
sure.
And
But
there's we heard the Mr. McBride from My Vision say that they need there's areas that they need to live in too, and they want to access the village. They want to support the village. They're going to buy, support the businesses there. Is that not helping?
Sure. No, and I appreciate that. I mean, the recent developments such as Trio, I think, the apartments, and multi-story, not a bad thing. I'm pointing out that if we continue down this road of only having space for higher income individuals, the community is not going to be a community. Well, it'd be a community of higher income, but everybody else, anybody who actually is a lower income worker won't be living here.
Does that answer
Okay,
your?
thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I think those are all the questions, Mr. Stewart, and thank you for your
Thank
presentation.
you. Thanks. Thanks for listening to me.
Okay. Next we have Sue Saver. And again, thank you for holding in there all this time.
No worries. Hello, everyone. I'm Sue Saver. I live in Ward 9. This is a proposal by a wealthy developer who wants to class up the area by providing luxury condos and high-end retail to Belmont Village. The zoning bylaw at 25 meters plus 50% for MU2 was a surprise to us. The 120-meter notice that is given out in 2012 did not include my area. It's easy to overlook the notice in the paper. If there had been a more fulsome effort to inform us, it would have been met with resistance. This height is not compatible with the block between Union and Glasgow. The building's footprint expanded to make up the difference in reduced height, moving 7 meters closer to the Iron Horse Trail. This doesn't suggest a willingness to compromise. The Zare Group wants to shape the community to fit their vision, not our vision. We, the community, are meant to adapt to the developer's will. A city built purely on a business model harms its citizens. There is no affordable housing in this proposal. In response to criticism for this, the Zare Group donated $250,000 to a not-for-profit organization, rather than create much-needed affordable units. If developers would rather cut a check and gain a large tax credit, they should be required to submit a mandatory fee to not-for-profit organizations. The lost opportunity to turn this area into a place that included accessible housing, affordable housing, perhaps an affordable daycare center, an environmentally forward, sustainable showcase for future buildings, a space that honored our park and perhaps added more green space is truly heartbreaking. Our concerns are met with indifference, scorn, and ridicule. We have been told to move to small towns, that we're NIMBYs, that we have no heart, that this isn't our father's Waterloo region and we should be careful about our objections, that this is progress. The people who are opposed to thoughtless development are not against beneficial, thoughtful, human-sized growth. Other Ontario cities enjoy their villages too. Glebe Village in Ottawa, Locke Street in Hamilton, Wortley Village in London. Density can be achieved on a human, livable scale. TVO's series, Livable City, offers up a lot of creative, citizen and community-forward solutions, as well as highlighting bad planning. We need to look to successful communities for inspiration. Mississauga is not one of them. If this building is approved, there will be an adverse impact on those of us living in its shadow. We will lose the laneway. Trees will be removed and replaced with boulders. Vegetable gardens on Gildner Green will be dead from lack of sunlight. I remind everyone that we live in Canada. Our summers are short. The shadow on Eden Street and up through York and beyond will adversely impact a lot of gardens. Some people have greenhouses for food. Some would hesitate to invest in solar panels with a lack of sun. and the psychological and environmental benefits of sunlight to people and nature are vital. The vegetable patch in Gildner Green is not some quaint project that should be waved off as trivial. To give but one example, a neighbor suffering from dementia on our street loves to visit the garden as part of her routine. It provides friendship and respite from a devastating disease. The Zaire Group missed the importance of community. They could have created an inclusive, respectful, environmentally forward proposal that was designed in the spirit of harmony with the rest of the village. This proposal is a harbinger for the future of the village. I believe the block between Union and Glasgow needs to be protected from high rises. The 2012 zoning bylaw allowing 25-meter high buildings plus 50% needs to be revisited. It does not correspond to the existing height of the buildings in the village. It does not respect the spirit of the village. No new builds should be higher than 4 stories or 12.19 meters. That provides a 10-foot ceiling for each floor. To suggest that because Belmont Avenue south of Glasgow Street has high rises, so too should Belmont Village, underlines the lack of comprehension of the appeal of this human-sized area. I cannot support this proposal. We need to pause before we proceed with any further development. The future of Belmont Village must be determined with the full participation of city staff, Belmont businesses, and the citizens of the broader community. We need more of these human-sized treasured oases. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just wanted to, you mentioned the garden at Gildner Green.
Mm-hmm.
Another important aspect of it is that it's raised gardens for a reason, right? So that
yes.
And we don't have a lot of community raised gardens to that height, right, in the city. So it is a very important space. So thank you for coming in. I don't see any questions. Our next delegation is Dan Dredger.
Jeff LaFlemme, actually. No, it's Dan Dredger. And I'm your last delegate tonight. So hopefully those of you who are working from your home will be able to wander to your bedroom very soon. I will try to make this clip quick. Thank you for hearing everyone tonight. I'm here specifically to speak to the issue as it relates to affordable housing. It's come up a number of times. I serve as the executive director of Menno Homes, and yes, we are the recipient of the $250,000 plus the considerable private donation that Don Zaire is making as well. I would note that those commitments were made well prior to any of the public encouragement to do something around affordable housing. So it wasn't necessary, and they've done that on their own accord. So the question has come up, how many housing units does that create? And I think it's important to remember that what it actually does is it allows us to leverage other financing that we have available to us. So the city of Kitchener, for example, invests in affordable housing by helping out with building permits on our Bridgeport and Lancaster project. The region of Waterloo invests in our projects, federal and provincial governments, development charge credits, all those sorts of things, they come together to create affordable housing. And then private donations. And we can't do it without private donations, because once our project and capital fundraising is finished, the project has to carry itself because there is a mortgage that goes on. So $250,000, well, essentially that covers off the fundraising requirements that we would have otherwise for up to 4 units. I would say in the 3 to 4 unit range, depending on how many, what our building costs are. And frankly, it's cheaper to build at the corner of Bridgeport and Lancaster than it is in some of these higher density areas. So once again, those dollars actually go further with a nonprofit like Menno Homes than they would if they were imposed on a private developer. Another point I want to make about that too is that in addition to providing affordable housing and then just walking away from it, when that money is invested in a nonprofit, it allows us to provide other wraparound supports for the tenants that live there. Because quite often, especially when we have those really high depth folks that need really deep affordability, 4 walls and cheap rent isn't necessarily enough. They need other supports. And so a nonprofit provides those supports that the tenants that are living in that affordable housing can actually thrive afterwards. It creates a better environment for them to succeed in the housing that we're providing for them. So frankly, yes, we do think it's a good model. We think it's something that the city should encourage. We would welcome other developers to pursue this as well. I think it's a real opportunity for the development community to really move the needle on affordable housing, investing in mental homes or other nonprofits in Waterloo Region to help us do what we do best, which is to provide affordable housing. And they can do what they do best, which is to create new developments. We're all about intensity, intensifying development, preserving land, all those things. But we need the entire spectrum of housing. We'll do the affordable housing piece, and hopefully we can figure out how to make funds flow to us in order to make that happen. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you very much. You've got a couple questions here. Go ahead, Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi Dan. Just wanted to first off say again, congratulations and like that great project at the corner of Bridgeport and Lancaster and the ward I represent. It's been fantastic. I was able to attend your AGM, and I'm looking forward to the rebranding as well. I think it's great. No, I wanted to you touched upon it a bit in your presentation, but I just wanted to maybe simplify it a bit, because I've heard from several delegations that this $250,000 isn't significant. I think people are looking at it in the terms of a unit, a condo unit's $500,000 to purchase. But to simplify that, when someone buys a $500,000 unit, they don't have to have $500,000. They have to have a percent, like 10% for a loan. So they really only need $50,000 to pay off that, with the rest is leveraged. Is that the sort of analogy that we can help going forward?
Well, it is, except that affordable rent doesn't carry very much of a mortgage. So we need a bigger down payment.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
But it's the same sort of an idea. So, and for us, our building costs at Bridgeport and Lancaster came in at around $270,000 a unit, right? So, we can build there more, with lower costs than some of this higher density housing on those really high, downtown spots. Those are more expensive to build. But if we had a overall a $4 to $5 million capital campaign for Bridgeport at Lancaster for 48 units. The 250 plus Dawn's personal commitment, that essentially covers off the fundraising requirements that we needed in order to create 4 units.
Okay. Thank you very much for being patient tonight. I know it's late. I'm a big fan. Keep up the good work. Okay.
No problem. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your question. Next we have Councillor Ioannidis. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Dan, for coming in. How often does how long would it take for your organization to fundraise $250,000?
Sometimes it can take a long time, and sometimes it's a phone call. What we realized at Bridgeport and Lancaster was that it was the large gifts that we actually needed in order to make that project go ahead. And so it was gifts above $10,000 that raised $4 million out of the 5 that we were able to do there. It's the large gifts, frankly, that really move projects forward. So how long does it take? I mean, it can take years. It can take somebody being inspired about a project and saying, yeah, I want to get behind it. There's no secret recipe for that. Okay. But let me tell you, when it happens, it makes a big difference, because other people see it as well, right? And people who are able in a position to make major gifts, if they see that somebody has invested in your organization and they trust you and they go, okay, this is something I want to get behind and I'm going to make a significant gift for that, that encourages others to do the same sort of thing. And so it's vitally important for us. And this one helped move the needle. Absolutely.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you for the question. Next we have Councillor Schneider. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. I don't really have a question. I just wanted to say thank you for that nice banner in the background about being kind and fair and honest, especially in these days. That's a great thing to see and a great thing to live by. So thanks for that.
No problem.
Okay, and next, Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And we don't get an opportunity enough to be able to thank organizations like yourself at Menno Homes that, really step up in helping to create, the affordable housing units. Us as leaders in the community, we continue to talk about it, we continue to advocate for it. But at the end of the day, it's organizations like yourself that are actually making it happen. So thank you for that. And additionally, I just want to quickly touch on, some of the questions that Councillor Davey and Councillor Ioannidis brought up regarding not to diminish the 250,000, although for projects as large as on Belmont, it seems a small amount, but for an organization like yourself, as you've already said, it can be significant money. And the other thing is that I wanted to ask you, apart from just the construction cost of a single unit, first finding a suitable site or land parcel, I'm sure tends to be a hurdle of its own. And to my understanding, and I'm just looking for a confirmation from you, the CMHC funding model, I believe, requires you to own the land outright. So to purchase a cash purchase of land can be an onerous process. So the 250, would that help you along that way then? To find
Well, you always have to have the land before you even start talking to CMHC or even the region. And so the only way we've been able to do that on the last number of projects is by participating in partnerships. So we partnered with the church at the corner of Bridgeport and Lancaster in order to acquire the land, so we didn't have to put any money out for that. Our previous project in Elmira in 2017, the vendor who we bought the land off did a vendor take back mortgage for us for 2 years without any interest, so that we could have ownership of the land before we put the proposal into the region. We've never actually been able to go out and buy land and sit on it and then do a proposal. We've always had to figure out a way to creatively come into possession of land so that we can then put a proposal forward saying we have control of this land.
So that's what I was asking. So, having funding like this, 250 on top of what hopefully others will do as well, does create a bit of a purse for you guys to be able to look at opportunities where you can acquire the land rather than having to continue to wait for opportunities as they come.
Yeah,
it
well,
opens up more avenues, right?
Oh, absolutely it does. But so we've actually got room at the corner of Bridgeport and Lancaster for a second building, right? So, funds not required for phase 1, which was completed this last summer, are seed funds for phase 2. And now that we own the land and the services are in there, those costs are sunk, they're taken care of. So, any new donations obviously help us to move phase 2 forward much more quickly.
Good. I hope others are listening about that additional ask for more funding, and look forward to the second phase of that on Bridgeport and Lancaster. You've done a fantastic site on that one. It's a great project, good build, and I'm sure the second building will be just as attractive and what's needed for our community. So thank you again.
Yeah, no problem.
It looks like that's it. Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you for everyone for your comments. This concludes our delegations for this evening, and we'll resume the meeting on Wednesday, the 9th of February at 6 p.m.
Through the chair, if you wouldn't mind just passing a motion to recess and just confirming that the start time will be 6 p.m. on Wednesday.
Okay, so can I get a motion? Mayor Vavanovich. All those in favor? That passes. The meeting will resume on February the 9th at 6 p.m. I think I said 7, but it's 6. So thank you.
Thanks, everybody.